No, we're live. Yeah. Oh my, everyone didn't show how to play this one. I guess YouTube is being tired just like me. Moo indeed. Good morning, world. Oh, you know what? It's about time to put on some weight. Making one hell of a lunch here. But we're down to 76 kilos, so this'll boost us a little bit. We're gonna be short on fats, I think. Oh yeah, we're at carbon whatchamacallit, carbon fat floor right now. Alright, this is one of those things that's going to come out like super, super heavy. So I'm just going to straight up eat half of it now. That didn't quite put us into weight gain yet. Or, no, it did. It did put us into weight gain. We're just not quite... It's not going to last very long. But it got us out of the calorie deficit. If memory serves, last time we had a survivor house, but we looted it. Didn't come away with anything interesting. We did successfully get all of the loot. Yes. I remember that much. It was only about 2 duffel bags worth. But it was a survivor house. First one we've seen in Louisville so far. Today, I think we're going to start out by taking a peek at this residential sector. This is actually all the way... I neglected to look at it on the way in, but it's down here, not far from Golf and Foxtrot. So that means we're going to take Main Slick. So we're going south today. Haven't been able to stream for a couple days, but I spent yesterday in the afternoon, I was working on a mod a little bit. Yeah, a mod for this game. One that would actually change it a little bit more than anything I've played with so far. Look at that. I had a feeling we had a guess. Get rid of a couple of these bushes, make it easier to... Got real quiet all of a sudden because I'm trying to make sure that, yeah, nothing else to hear right now, for now. Alrighty. I expect there to be a multitude of respawns on this road here. In fact, I think we're going to be doing some sniping today. Alright, we are awake. We're awake. And there's the multitude. Wait for my ambulance. I want to hit my windows. Damn it. Trying to hope not to kick in the combat music just yet, but there it is. That means the music's already broken. Now, beyond a certain point, we don't need to worry about the respawns, but this is close enough to my actual base that, of course, anything in this area is going to get annihilated. Otherwise, it will follow us back to our base and cause problems for us there. I cannot consider my flank secure. I can take these shots, but put on a swivel. Drag your shambling ass out of the road, please. That's fine. Why not? Yep, same. I hear somebody scratching, but I don't see them. I have no idea where that one I just shot was. I'm just gonna accept that. Wouldn't be the first time I've nuked somebody with a reticle. Nothing but the reticle. There's the perennial problem with 223. I've already burnt like 40 bullets. Okay. At least we got our way mostly to the gas station cleared again. This isn't again. We have absolutely wiped this place out before. We'll probably wipe it out again in the future. This is the nature of respawns. Headshots, both of them. I should just wait for this guy to fence, but he doesn't want to play. Oh no, that was a good shot. My reticle's turning red, but it's because I'm aiming at a window. Vehicle windows, turn your reticle red. Yeah, look at this. My flank wasn't ever even close to being secure. Alright. Today Wednesday or Tuesday? I think it's Tuesday today, isn't it? Okay. Moving on up. Moving on up and down. I didn't realize I left a yellow generator here. Okay. That's important because this place doesn't need a yellow generator. This place should be getting a red or a blue one. Yellows are good ones. I saved the yellow ones for my bases. This is not... okay. Glad that I put that triple bar on the window. Come on out of there. Okay, so base. This isn't the base, but this is a place to sleep. It does need a generator. That's all it needs, though. We'll come back with, I have a spare blue one further north next time we come back from the north. I can't do anything about that now. There's no chance I can fit the generator in my ambulance. My ambulance is full to the brim. Way too many supplies at the moment. Speaking of being full, let's have a bite to eat. Alright, now we are ceasing the firearms activity. For now. Or, better phrasing, we are not going to be getting out and shooting everything for the moment. Because we no longer have a burning desire to keep this road clear. I think... okay. I remember this area. This area... I actually released one of my most recent videos that I posted on my channel that's not a live stream. Was just a segment of my live stream doing some fighting at this intersection that we're approaching now. This is the highway bypass to Main Slick. And look at that. That's a full respawn right there. Yeah, okay. Let's get them out of the road, shall we? And that's all. That's all we gotta do. You're not gonna make me ram you, are you? Yeah, she might. Take a little shortcut there. Well, that was hardly a shortcut. Is this a dead end? This is a dead end, isn't it? Well... It's either get out and fight or just ram some zombies. No, okay. Thank you for your front yard, pal. Woo! We're good, we're good. Those really tight streets, I'm not a fan of those, but we have dealt with the situation. Now we are going around the elementary school. That's what we're trying to do here. After blowing that siren, we shouldn't have quite as much problem in the street here, because everybody's going towards the school parking lot now. So we just mosey on past them. Whee! So all those losers who were in the street are now in the backyards of those houses. That wouldn't have worked any further in this direction, though. Here is the intersection, and it would have been actually further north, all the way up to Star Street there. I think that was where we were doing the fight before. Now, that being said, we have not even begun to explore anything on the other side of this intersection. So we are entering completely uncharted territory as soon as we go across this. Now we've got 10 fatigue to work with. The fundamental question right now is, do we get out and actually clear the area? There's no incentive to that, I see. I see no incentive to clear the area right now. This is just residential. This is just residential. We just witnessed all those zombies we just looked at the school there, those are all respawns. I have wiped out the school once already. Hello. And since that is the case, yeah, there's nothing to be gained really from that. We're here to explore, but if there's nothing to secure, then we're just going to explore and then leave. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we're in Louisville. We're looking for survivor houses. All the progress we've made, we actually don't have the last Longblade book still after all this time. And where does Longblade book spawn? Well, there's many places, but the single most reliable one is survivor houses. We might have lost the music. It tends to break pretty quick these days. I will give it another minute or so, and if it doesn't come back, we'll put on some chill. I'm pretty sure I have enough propane back at base to not feel the need to go grab another tank. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, so let's try to plot a course here. I think we've got a cul-de-sac on that side, dead ends on both sides of here. So let's just check the dead ends first. That should be easy enough. Lots of Zeds in that parking lot, or sorry, front yard there. Now they just polluted the streets rather heftily. I'm going to do something a little risky here. It's not that risky. This area is not so overgrown that an ambulance can't traverse it. When I said dead end, I mean on the map it's a dead end. But I feel, as soon as I saw there's no fence here, I'm like, yeah, I can probably swing this. Yeah, okay. So it is technically a dead end. Not for us. Here's my opportunity. Okay. Nothing back here. Every single one of these houses is like what, a 1 out of 300 chance, I think, something like that. I forget. I never ran the numbers. I've had them right in front of me many times, but I've never actually run the numbers. Partially because the code doesn't actually store it. The code just processes it. It's the sandbox settings, which are stored in a separate file, which I haven't actually spent a lot of time looking at, because we just play defaults here. We're very default. All right. Is this as far back as it goes on this side? More Men Road. I don't even know where that leads. Well, we could go exploring, like actually exploring. Like I have no idea where I'm going, kind of exploring here. One reason I have an incentive to do this is not that I didn't want to run into a tree. That doesn't bode well. That bodes very poorly, actually. That actually bodes so poorly that I'll come back to that. I'm not writing it off, but I'm also, I don't know if I'm awake enough for this yet. Gotta wake up sometime, but also in my attempts to avoid zombies, I'm now gonna hit multiple. Ooh, okay. That was an interesting little moment. I didn't lose any trunk space from that. Okay. I'm not going to question it. Alright, we got out of that. Yeah, I think the music is dead. We're going to go ahead and put some music on as soon as we get out of here. This residential, and there's many reasons I have not investigated residential in Louisville. You're seeing some of them right in front of you. If it's not sufficiently obvious, not a lot of room to maneuver, and not a lot of reason to defend ourselves and get out and fight, because what are we fighting for? If there's no survivor houses to secure, there's kill these guys, they'll be back in less than a week. Alright, let's get some music going. Hey Hassan, how you doing? We're doing alright. I was gonna play Darktide today, but there's nothing to do. They added the new update. They reset everybody's talent points, but the new class isn't out. The new mission isn't out. All they fucking did was rebrand the game and drop an update. Apparently the new mission will be out later today, and then, like, I don't know, 8 hours from now, I think the class is going to be out. Whatever. You know what? I'm going to be entirely honest with you guys. I am perfectly okay with that, because then that gives the modders plenty of time to update. Darktide's one of the... I take a complete opposite approach to Darktide than this game. I play with lots of mods in that game. This game, I would play lots of mods if it was more stable, but, well, this game ain't. I recently actually started working on a mod for Project Zomboid that is supposedly going to be very stable. Supposedly. Now, the reason I say that is because, what do I mean by stable? I mean, like, the chances of it breaking your save should be almost non-existent. And I've already been able to test that, actually. I opened up the other day, but I wasn't streaming the other day, but the other day I fired up debug mode, and I started testing some Lua scripts, and I think I've got something that I like a lot. One of the things that is a very popular thing on a lot of mods, like that add custom things to the game, is more slots, more backpack slots, or like, you know, another back slot, for example, to store a large weapon. That involves modifying items. That's asking a lot. To modify an existing item or to add a new item to the game, that puts the stability of your save at risk. Possibly. I don't know. I mean, I haven't added the mod yet, right? I have just written a Lua script. I don't even know what event to fire it on, but let's take a look at it. It is a very simple one. Well, relatively. Slot expansion dot Loa. So we can ignore the top. The top was just debug. I just needed to print hotbar definitions. So what is this ugly little block of code right here? What this does is it takes the bedroll bottom slot. Bedroll bottom big, bedroll bottom Atlas, 3 different types of slots that show up on 3 different types of backpacks. Now, my military backpack gives me a 9th slot here, backpack bottom. One of the single most useless things in this game, in my humble opinion. Sure, it's great for the campers. You know, you get to carry a tent or a sleeping bag. Tents should just go in. I've done much hiking myself. I'm actually speaking from experience here. We have a tent bag on the side of our backpacks, so they're really that's not really how that works. But anyway, you do put a sleeping bag on the bottom, though. That makes sense. There's so many other things you can do with a backpack, though. There's so many other things you can do with a backpack. It feels like such a waste of code to have this backpack bottom slot and just have it permanently be empty. So that was one of the focuses of my mod. Now, also, I wanted to expand the webbing slots. Right now, all we can do is put knives, walkie-talkies, or the flashlight, which, of course, the flashlight is very important, not to snub your nose at it. I want a shoulder holster, though. That's something you can do with an Alice belt in real life, but not in this game. So, what the mod does is it changes the attachments provided by a slot. Or it doesn't even change it, it just adds to it. So what this does right here is it adds all possible things that you can put on your back as a possible thing to put into the backpack bottom slot. And then it adds a shoulder holster slot to your webbing left. Right now, webbing left is my flashlight. And webbing right is where my knife is. Now, webbing right doesn't actually have... There's no accurate place to put a holster. So I'm actually doing a sort of a back slot thing for that now. Because actually trying to define storage locations for new slots. That's deep in the Java code somewhere. I could not find that, and I didn't really want to. And then this last bit is actually just because I still want to have the angle-headed flashlight on. I want to have both an angle-headed flashlight and a shoulder holster. So that's asking a little much, unfortunately. But that is not. I have not decided whether I actually want to use this mod, publish it, or even take it any further than where I've gone with it. It was just an interesting experiment that I did because the goal was to make a mod that enables you to do more with the slots that exist in the game, but doesn't have any chance whatsoever of breaking your save. And I've already confirmed that it doesn't, well, more or less doesn't have any chance of breaking your save. Because this code block that I wrote right here produces the effects that I want it to produce. And absolutely nothing happens if you close and reopen the game. This code is no longer applied. The slots are back to what they normally do. And nothing, I didn't even get any error messages in the console. It just showed the slots that were invalid that, when I had, I had the 9mm in my shoulder holster. Those just got unequipped, and they were in my inventory instead of on my person, which is great. That's very much, because, what your ultimate test of a mod is if you can pull it off of somebody's save after, engaging with the mod, and not have anything go wrong with the save. That, in my humble opinion, is the gold standard of a mod. And, well, that's a very hard gold standard to meet, especially for your more complicated mods. And a lot of modders don't even try to meet that standard, which is perfectly fine in a game that doesn't get updates all the time. That's not the game we're playing right here. This is a game that gets updates all the time, and those updates very frequently break all of the mods. And that's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, people are used to it. A lot of people are used to it. This sword is about to break, so we can reforge it. Which is exactly what we're going to do while we do our laundry here. We're at Jericho. I can do a full run of laundry. And it would not be wasting water because Jericho is basically full of water. Yeah. The only thing Jericho is missing right now is a, whatchamacallit. I'm supposed to have a, laundry cart. Shield your eyes, YouTube. Make me have to blur this. That's alright. The bunny suit probably, is technically within TOS. And the bunny suit doesn't get dirty. But just to make sure that I don't hurt my feet, where are some backup boots here? Give me some boots. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Good thing that I heard the cow moo just now. I did a very big stupid. I shot my gun outside, and the cows were right there. So the cows got pissed off, and they broke out. That probably means Athena's not going to be producing milk anymore. Damn it. Okay, well. I have been known to do stupids. Are you telling me with all those boots that I've found recently, I didn't actually put any way up here? How it feels to live on federal country. Federal country, huh? I'm not 100% of that. What, has something changed about where we live here? Here we go. We've got boots. Give me something I can wear as pajamas here. Well, you know what? It's midsummer. We don't actually have to. As long as I got boots so that I don't hurt my feet. We're gonna eat this pasta. We do have to get to sleep soon here, but we also need to fix the animals there. The animals are... This is tiresome. This is actually really tiresome. Alright, so at least I know where the cows are. They are all stressed. They're stressed to 100%. And the reason they're stressed to 100% is because I got out and started shooting down here. That was when I was down here just earlier in the stream and I was shooting all these zombies down here. I completely forgot I was this close to the... Maybe they were better off at Foxtrot all along. Alright, they destroyed my gate. 4 walls? Yeah. They destroyed my gate and 4 walls, and now they're all stressed to oblivion. Well, let's see. Can I pet the cow? Athena is probably still going to be broken. Yep, Athena is still broken. I try to pet her, and I just get the disappearing, little disappearing blue, green thing. The other cows I may be able to pet. Adonis here and Athena Jr. That is a bunny costume, yes. We wear this underneath our gear, and it doesn't get dirty, so I don't have to put it in the laundry. The irony. Okay. So Athena Jr. is not broken. I can still pet her. Adonis up here. I should probably get him out of there before... Where are you going, dude? He's going to attack something. He had to go inside the house to attack this fence. Nope, it's not dirty. Literal underwear, and it's not dirty. I don't. Yeah, this game is has got some weird things to it. I'm not gonna question it though, because oh, look at that, he was about to go upstairs. I don't understand what he's doing right now. I think he'll still come if I call.
Hey!
Yep, okay. So even though he's stressed to oblivion, he will still come if I yell. That's good. Now, the funny thing is, I have recently had to deal with animals being stressed. At the time, it was just Athena, but now it's all of them. So we're just gonna have to put all of them in the stress the stress bin, the loony bin. Yeah, the cat. Okay, so it was because I was shooting. If you shoot a bunch of guns near your animals, you're gonna stress them out, and when they get stressed out, they destroy stuff that you've built. That's realistic to a certain extent. Cows breaking metal fences is not as realistic, but yeah, I guess they can theoretically. But like I said, this is a skill issue. I knew this. I should have known that this could happen. So. This is where I stored the. This is where I stored Athena when she was stressed. And the reason I stored her in here was because there's only one thing that they can attack in here, and that's the door. Because I only had one cow at the time, it was not a big of a problem. I can't believe even the chicks are coming in here. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna have to build more water troughs. Thankfully, the chickens don't attack anything. Actually, I take that back. Roosters can attack you. Roosters, if they're stressed, this happened once a long time ago. Actually, I think it happened to Annie on her previous life. The last time I played Annie, this particular character name and build, I played her last on 42.7. This is before I started live streaming. And it was during the event, it was during that very interesting experience I had in Ekron, where I lost access to my primary vehicle and had to survive just trawling from residential to residential for a bit. I randomly found some chickens at the time, and among them was a rooster. And I was in the middle killing like 100 zombies at the time, so I was like, okay, I don't really care about this rooster. I'm just going to keep focusing on the zombies. The rooster came up and attacked me, and I got a scratch. It was one of the only times Annie ever had blood drawn from her on that lifetime. That was an interesting thing to behold. Anyway. So we actually had to stay up late because of that. That's okay. I'm just going to go ahead and get to sleep while the clothes are in the dryer there. I know I have yeah, I have my boiler suits over here. Okay. Yeah. Here's my pajamas. These should be closer to the laundry machine, but there we go. Look at that. Pajamas. I like it. And we were going to turn on the music, but I completely forgot to. Music. PZ_chill. I like how the boiler suit doesn't actually block any of the slots except for the pants. But that's actually an important one. Do not underestimate the power of leather pants in this game. The bite and scratch defense are twice as good as jeans, and the run speed modifier is negligible. This is what I was talking about before. Usually I'm supposed to have a laundry cart next to my laundry rooms, and somehow my most expansive base in the area has forgotten that. Always use one of these other things as a laundry cart. All of these store display counters would just show fruit, and that would feel weird. You can't wear fruit. Well, not with that attitude, you can't. Give me something interesting here. Oh, large metal shells. Honestly, you know what? we're gonna put our pajamas in a cash register. As silly as that sounds, it's actually it'll fit. It'll fit. We can fit 6 encumbrance in a cash register. And that's my pajamas and my boots, so that I can wear those while I got laundry running. As an overnight activity, we've only got about an hour before we go back to sleep, so I'm just going to reforge my sword. I think that'll burn most of it. So we've got our sword. We are just going to dismantle it. And that will give us a blade. We bring that blade right over here to the forge. Easy peasy. That didn't take up all night. Slap a handle on the sword now that's reforged. For anybody joining, welcome. We're just getting warmed up here. We have done something stupid a little earlier in the stream here. I did a little stupid. I did a little shooting down to the south here, progressing towards the gas station. We were gonna do some residential exploration, which we got started with, and then fell back a little bit. But then we were shooting right around here, right where this trail of corpses begins, and I completely forgot that I was well within earshot of the cows. And well, the consequences for that decision were quite quick. The cows got pissed off and they started breaking a bunch of shit. And now I don't have a pen anymore. Well, I don't have an enclosed pen. So I gotta fix this bullshit. Let me get my construction lights here. Where is a good spot within range of my generator? Is this gonna work? Yes. How many planks we've got? Like 2? 6 iron pipes. Honestly, that's not bad. We need 8 to make another gate. We need 8 to make another gate, so that's close. I'm going to focus first on the crop plots here, because that's more important than the crop plots aren't going to get angry and attack my walls. This is not Plants vs. Zombies. Alright, we're in need of just 1 more log, actually. 1 more log, that's 3 more planks. We'll actually finish that tomorrow, because it is now my bedtime. We are hungry, though, and we need to put on some more weight. So that is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to make another chunky stew. Soup, not stew. Just, or maybe we'll do that tomorrow morning as well. I would like to keep my sleep schedule intact here. We are just going to go ahead and eat some... Ooh. If I eat cereal, I will not go into weight gain. It has a lot of carbs, but that will only make up for the deficit. I won't go into rapid weight gain. Chocolate bar sounds good to me. We are eating a chocolate bar instead. That put us into weight gain. Not rapid, but we won't be back into weight loss for a while now. Now I'm just gonna flat out assume that as soon as we're done sleeping here, they probably destroyed the door, the cows. There's 3 cows in one room, and that means that they're probably going to easily find the door. No, maybe not. If they had destroyed it, they would all be outside by now. I think my rooster is actually out there somewhere. But, I lost track of him. And I do not... I'll find him eventually. I'll find him eventually. We've got other things to do at the moment. When I saw that the animals had broken through the pen and escaped, there was a small part of me, just a small part, that was actually like, should I just revert the save? But no. Actual, genuine, unironic skill issue on my part. We don't roll back because of skill issues here. Only debug problems. And animals getting stressed out because of noise and then attacking your walls. Sadly, that's a part of the game. That's a part of the base game. That is the developer's vision. Place it somewhere where I can see it. Alright, bill of materials. 1 log plus 4, 8. Oh, they wiped out 3 fences. Okay. Sorry, that's 4, 8, 12, 16, and then I can do another door, so that would be 16 plus 8, 24. Alright, we need 24 planks. That's gonna be 6 logs. Easy peasy. Do I still have my axe? I don't think I do. Alright. Axe. I know I have one in the passenger seat right here. And I know I have one in the charcoal truck here. Charcoal truck 1 is not in the best of condition. I have some axe heads on the floor over here, but these are slated for rebuild. We've got a lot of rain outside. Why don't we just go ahead and rebuild these axes now? So, axe heads, if you want to rebuild an axe in this game, there's a couple extra steps. It's not as easy as swords. With swords, you just take the blade itself, use the blade itself as material to build a new sword. With axe heads, you have to actually smelt down the axe head into chunks first, and then you've got to turn around and use the chunks to make a new axe head. So it's a little weird. That was actually not the firefighter axe head that we wanted to use. Here we are. So the firefighter axe heads count as steel. We smelt both of those broken ones down into steel chunks. Then we turn around and turn the steel chunks into blocks, if I'm not mistaken. Hang on. Let's check the recipe. We want to make a axe head. Yeah, we need an iron block or a steel block, and it needs to be pierced. I think the outcome is the same. Like, it makes the same item. The game doesn't care whether you use iron or steel. And when you smelt it down, it becomes iron. So basically, anytime you make an axe head, use iron. Otherwise, you're downgrading your iron into steel. Or, sorry, you're downgrading your steel into iron. That's what I meant to say. So, these steel chunks that I just picked up, I'm not going to be using those. I'm going to put those in this bag. We are going to make a block, an iron block out of the iron chunks that we just got. So that, we've got an iron block now. What we've got to do next is, I think we just pierce the iron block. Yes. So we've got an iron block, we just got to pierce it. Recipe, pierce block. And now we've got a pierced iron block. We turn around and hammer that into a axe head. And now we have a axe head that just needs a handle. The handle needs to be a large handle, which means we do not have... we don't have anything over here that we can turn into a large axe handle. Large handles, you can make them from large branches or planks. I am almost certain I have a large axe... I'm sorry, I have a large branch out there in the lumber field somewhere. And if I don't, I'll just go dismantle something for a plank. But now, here we go. Here is a large branch. I'm not always diligent about picking these up. So I'm going to pick this large branch up, and I need a crafting surface to turn it into a... whatchamacallit, to turn it into a large handle. Carve large handle. Alright, I have an axe head and a large handle now. And I made sure to sharpen the axe head. I didn't even say that out loud when I did it, but yeah, I did that. Now we have an axe. This is functionally on paper. On paper, the axe I just made here is equivalent to the firefighter axe. However, there's a subtle difference in the models that makes this one feel like it's got a longer swing than the axe does, the firefighter axe. However, the stats are exactly the same, including the distance. So even though, and again, I can't exactly like wield both of them at the same time, so you can't really see what I mean, but this thing looks like it's got a longer reach than it actually does. It's a little deceptive. I don't like using these axes against zombies because of that, so I don't. I only ever use them against trees. You know what? I don't know if they've ever fixed it. We could always test it. We'll be very careful about this. I mean, worst case scenario, we just miss the swing and fall back. Yeah, see, that looks right. Let's... Okay, yeah. That, we whiffed that last hit, and it felt like we shouldn't have. I'm just going off of feels here, so I don't know. A lot of the models for weapons in this game are pretty accurate to their swing distance. This one just feels a little off for some reason, and I can't articulate it much further than that. Other than the fact that it just... Maybe I'm just not used to it. I don't know. I already mentioned my theory is that it is equivalent to the firefighter axe in every way except for the model size. But yeah, we're not going to start cutting wood just yet. We saw those two guys there. That means there's probably more than those two guys there. What we are going to do right now is take a few layers off because we are sweating so much that we are soaked. It is that time of year where if you want to go outside and start doing a lot of work, you can't be wearing heavy gear. Now, I don't see anybody out here. That doesn't mean they're not there. In fact, I'm willing to bet that there are more just between the trees. The trees do a very good job of concealing the Zeds in this game, so we're going to take this nice and slow as we cut a couple trees. And make sure that we're cutting facing the direction they're most likely to come from. That is a very small boost to our chances of intercepting anything successfully. I believe our bill of materials was 6 logs, so that'll be 1 more tree. Or we could just take a couple of floor logs. There's one right here. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling. Okay. Had a feeling I heard somebody rustling through. That was on the other side of the fence, though. Alright. Carry all these back with us. We will use a couple of backpacks. Alrighty, and with this, we should be able to repair the damage the animals did to our own infrastructure here. There really, really needs to be something the player can build that the animals won't attack. But right now there's not. Sure, make it difficult. Make it difficult, but... I mean, give us something. Right now, they'll attack and destroy even plastered walls. And that is actually it for the nails. And I don't think I left any on the floor. We are going to need to open a new box. We have some hinges here. We do not have doorknobs. So we can build a door, or we can build a door frame. We can't build the actual door, though. I lowballed my my estimates on the materials. That's 2, 4, 6 plus 4. We need another 10 planks. Quite hungry, so I'll have a bite to eat before we continue with that. I suppose it's fine that we're not going out and doing anything else at the moment. We got this rain not going to help us at all in combat. This will be another one of those super stews. Do a little bit of loot sorting while we wait for that to finish cooking. Right now I'm just picking out things that can either go in the laundry or the kitchen. So we've got copies of all but... There's 7 maps to Louisville. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that means we've got all of them. Or I might be short by 1. If I am short by 1, I could not even begin to tell you where it might spawn. I mean, we've been everywhere in Louisville. Hey, they're just finished cooking too. Alright, let's have a nice big chunky bite of this. And that put us into rapid weight gain, actually. We are getting a lot of carbs now. Okay. This is the first time in a very long time I've been in weight gain from carbs instead of fats. Usually we do butter and then get a ton of fats from that. Well, we couldn't milk the cows anymore because the cows are stressed to oblivion, so we can't get none of that lovely butter anymore. Not for a while, at least. I know at one point I had 1 billion towels, and I have no idea what I did with any of them. That's one slight problem to having so many bases, is you start to lose track of where you put things in a specific place. My storage systems are somewhat uniform, but there are variations. Definitely wherever it is, it ain't over here. That's alright, I guess. I think I took the towels out of the ambulance, too. Oh, no, they're there. Okay. You know what? Now the ambulance has 6 towels. For anybody joining, welcome. We've got a slow start today, and we made a silly mistake very early on. Started shooting a little bit earlier, and in the process of shooting, we were way too close to the cows, so all the cows are stressed to oblivion now. We had to put them in the the stress house. The stress house being the residence nearby that has fewer walls that they can attack. I can't wait for the update that will allow them to attack any wall, including ones that the player didn't build. I'm sure it's coming. It's a hunting knife that we picked up randomly, that this one can be reforged. We'll leave the blade here for later. I do need to go out and cut some more wood. I'm going to take a quick break from that. We're going to do some more loot sorting. And I've got a home for everything in these bags. I've just been too lazy to put stuff where it belongs. We've got our wall of mac and cheese. It continues to grow. If anybody is not familiar, I am currently using the mac and cheese as a wall decoration because you can't eat it. You can't open the. If you right click on it and see where's the open box of mac and cheese button, it's gone. They got rid of it. Indy Stone broke mac and cheese. Billions must perish. Unacceptable. Worst game ever made. Literally unplayable. Most of this stuff actually has to go north to the gun repository. Oh, this is completely full. Yeah, we've filled up. This is just what we found in the area, by the way. All this skill magazines. Still haven't found the one that gives us the pipe bomb recipe though. Nope. We learned the pipe bomb recipe by finding a pipe bomb and researching it. We never found the magazine, and I don't think we ever will. I think there's a problem with its drop rate. Anybody who, well, that could be something problem that's unique to us. Bunch of guns to get rid of up here. Railroad spike puller. That's I know I found another one of these. So you use a railroad spike puller to pull up railroad spikes. Then you can use. There's certain crafting recipes that will make some pretty neat weapons with a railroad spike. All really heavy stuff. So if you're into long blunt, actually I think axe users get themselves a really nice railroad spike weapon of some kind, where it uses the axe skill, because it's like it's just a railroad spike shoved through the top of a bat or something. It's pretty hardcore, but it is also, I think it's a sledgehammer tier weapon. It's the kind of thing where you swing it and you get really tired really fast. Outside of my wheelhouse, though. Way outside of my wheelhouse. collected a total of, what are we up to now, 35 M14 magazines. Unfortunately, we will probably never shoot an M14 again, because, just to put it into perspective, how quickly you'll burn up your 308 if you shoot it from an M14. A magazine for an M14 is 20 bullets. You get 20 bullets to a box. Every time you reload the M14, you have used up an entire box of 308. I mean, you know, it's there to be used, but that is, wow. You'll piss through that really quick. We used that as like an opener when we started fighting for the university. I don't know how many cartons of 308 I used at the time, but it was a lot. A tub of margarine and maple syrup and tea. I don't actually have a good home for ammo right now. Ammo does not go here. Ammo goes at our main base. Well, not our main base, a gas station base. This is one of the reasons you don't often see me sorting loot. It's a slow process, a very slow process, and possibly not the most interesting thing to watch. If anybody is here for something slightly more interesting than sorting loot, well, I should be done in the not too distant future here. It is unfortunately a necessary part of my strategy. One of the only reasons I'm able to know so quickly where everything is, well, when I'm not forgetting, is my over meticulous strategies here. Alright, that's one box of loot. That is fine. We're not gonna do another major bag. Something I should have done already, but haven't, is I should have used some of these garbage bags we got laying around to make another couple of rain barrels on the roof. While we had all this rain, that would have been a very smart thing to do, but I can already see the rain easing a little bit. The moment to do so is most likely past. Ah, yeah, I forget the guy's name, but he's a pretty cool dude. Pretty cool dude. He is the if I remember right, I don't think they ever actually say where exactly Patient Zero was, if there ever was one, but he's the one who found the earliest recorded one, I believe. A few new buckets here. You'll notice one of the first stories he launches into was one about him during having participating in medical operations during a border skirmish with between the Chinese and the Soviets, if I'm not mistaken. It was Chinese and Soviets, I think. This axe that I just built can go into the charcoal van. Or it can stay on us, because we actually might need to go ahead and do some, yeah, if I want to get my animal pen fixed up. Yeah. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm gonna drop my weapons. If I run into any zombies in the local area, it's gonna be because they are respawns, not because they are massive groups that I need my heavy weapons for. So I'll leave my heavy weapons and, most importantly, all this ammo that I've been carrying around. Big brain organization strategy. Leave your important stuff in the middle of the floor where you'll never miss it. Doing something I should have done a while ago, and I'm putting all these spare magazines that I have in my backpack into a garbage bag, leaving the garbage bag on the floor. Yeah, it is. 100%. Alright, that's my inventory sorted out. Now, and just as I finish sorting out my inventory, the rain stops. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I was considering building a couple of rain barrels, but yeah. We don't let the weather tell us what to do all the time. Sometimes we do. For all I know, it's going to be off and on for a few days here. I'm not mistaken, this one is empty in the trunk, right? Yeah. This one is full of steel, and that's okay. I could just take care of all future logging needs in this area by doing a massive logging operation right now. And I might... That's exactly what I'm going to do, actually. So in this trunk here, this particular trailer, we've got ourselves a whole bunch of rope. Rope that we will use to make bundles of logs. And what we're going to do with the logs once we harvest them all, we're just going to leave them next to the charcoal burner, where we can either burn them for charcoal when we need it, or where we can start sawing them for wood when we need it. I should have done that a long time ago. So right now, what I've been doing is just going out and getting more charcoal when I need it, which is not the worst strategy, but also not that good of a strategy. Now, if I've got to be logging, what better option than to clear some of these stupid trees from my road here? This road here is part of my supply line leading into the urban center of Louisville. So fewer trees means fewer obstructions to notice respawns. Just need 2 rope to make yourself a bundle of 4. That reduces the encumbrance of 4 logs down to just 12, which is fantastic. I think in build 41 it was a lot easier to stack logs. I don't remember if that even was a thing in build 41, though. If it was... Hey, Richard, how's it going? We are getting started with a little bit of logging operations for multiple reasons, one of which being we did accidentally piss off the animals and cause them to destroy a few fences at Jericho there. Not the most compelling of content, unfortunately. It is a, well, it's a weekday. It's a weekday. I do recall seeing a couple up here. Hey, there's some more rain. I can't wait for it to stop raining as soon as I get the rain barrels built. That's always how it goes, isn't it? Oh, I got the log, but I did not open another stack of rope. I'll do that now. I think I also just left some logs on the floor, not far from here actually. I cleared some brush from the train yard. Four stacks and counting. Now that we do have rain, though, I think what I'm going to do is just get another stack or so, and then we're going to go ahead and make another couple rain barrels at Jericho. Might as well if it's going to pick up again like this. Probably shouldn't have too many respawns up here. We did do a nice clearing on our way down from the north. Yeah, okay. In this area, I've noticed they tend to congregate, like on this side right here, where it's already easy to see. Alright. The 4 logs that are on me right now, I'll go ahead and saw them back at Jericho and turn those into 2 rain barrels. And, well, I've already got a fair number of rain... We can actually see them right now. I've got rain barrels. That's 2, 3 for the main sink, 2 for the alt sink. Already 3 for laundry, honestly. That's... If I'm going to be doing laundry, my brain meat is telling me, just get another. It'll give us something to do with all these garbage bags that I've got laying around. I've got way more than just what I've been using. In the, I think I actually had a container with like 20 or so just sitting in it. 6. I know that's... I remember. Yeah, 12. There's just 12 laying around in that one. At a ratio of 4 per, yeah. That should be enough. Alright, so laundry is right here. Now, that being said, it pulls from barrels in a 3x3 radius, right? So that means that if we really want to optimize it, we could build a few floors right here. Before I go any further, I forgot my nails. I didn't leave this thing running, did I? Forget me. I would not put it past me. Alright. $15 garbage bags. That would mean 1 more garbage bag and I can make another one. I think the rain's easing up. Just in time to be worthless. Good, I was wrong. The rain is not easing up. That means by the time we go to sleep in a moment here, we should have plenty overnight. You know what? I was going to build wooden floors up here, but that would break the trend. Over here, I've got metal floors, so I'm going to use my last 6 to build another rain barrel. Wait a minute. This is why I use the tarp ones. So the tarp ones, even though tarps are a little bit less common than garbage bags, the tarp ones are used to mark where I have a water fixture down below, right? So there's a sink directly below this tarp. which is why I want to put a rain barrel here, because it pulls from a 3x3 radius above, so that's perfect. We'll have a quick bite to eat, and then off to the sack. This rain's been on for well over a day now, I think. And since we're now in rapid weight gain, and we're going to be for a while, we can put a kibosh on eating the really chunky foods. Everything I said about the rain easing up was a complete lie. It is getting rainier. This will be 5 right here. Now we have all that propane over there. We don't actually have any torches here at all, as far as I know. I've been keeping them a little bit way too centralized, actually, in my... I've been keeping welding torches way too centralized in my welding trailer, which is not here right now, so... That's okay, though. This is one of the many reasons I keep a welding field kit with me everywhere I go. Now, because the chest flashlight is actually not a good idea for construction, I actually have to put it in our hand. I don't know why. I don't know. That actually might be functioning as intended. It might be a little too easy to just be able to turn on a flashlight and then build things. Oh, if I want to... I need to split the steel sheet, for which I need a crafting surface. I need to be less cavalier about walking around on the roof there. Oh, I need a mask. Sometimes you need a mask and sometimes you don't. There's no consistency. If you want your realism, there should be 0.0 welding recipes that you can do without a mask, because well, unless you want to add the blindness update, you will go blind pretty fast if you weld without a mask very often. Perfect. It's going to be uncomfortable, but I'm actually going to go ahead and put the coda plates on. It will bring my torso protection from 0% to 100% without actually messing with my insulation. It's not going to help my arms. Nothing can help my arms right now. Unless I want to take, no, nothing can help my arms right now. Nothing, no trade-off that I'm willing to accept is going to protect my arms right now. That's just what we got to deal with if we want to be not sweating our face off all the time. Anything that you wear that is going to have sleeves on it is going to have chest coverage as well, and chest coverage in the summer is how you sweat yourself. Sweat buckets. That's how you sweat buckets. The trade-offs that I'm speaking of are the standard armor trade-offs in this game. You can have your armor, and I think there's a lot of heavy armor now without insulation. But that heavy armor without insulation is going to come with things like combat speed debuffs and whatchamacallit. Like if I were to wear the forearm protectors, for example, the forearm protectors, you can't even wear a watch with those. So I would have to stop wearing a watch, and that's just downright silly. I ain't doing that. I need to know what time it is. I should have all the materials to make a door as well. So that's 6. Should be able to get away with 1 unstacking here. I have the doorknob and the nails and everything. I'm not sure why it won't let me build a door. There we go. Public service announcement. All animals can fit through doors, so if you're just doing animal pens, you don't actually need a double tall wooden gate. And at this point, I would rather not invest the resources if it's something liable to be destroyed by the aminals when they get stressed out. Alright, I have a pen that the animals can return to when they decide to stop being stressed. Big win, of course. I will give them a pet, because that's all I can do. And we'll see if they, decide to be less stressed later. Oh, they already destroyed one of the doors. Of course they did.
Hey!
Now well, as fate would have it, I had 2 leftover planks, and because I had 2 leftover planks, that is actually enough to, that's actually enough to build a new door, even though they just broke it. Wait to see how long this one lasts. Hello, Zia. How we doing today? We are currently, we just finished rebuilding our animal pen after we accidentally had a, well, it was a pure skill issue. We shot our gun too close to the animal pen. 100% of the animals got pissed off, and because of that, I had to rebuild it. We are not going to fall asleep in our coat of plates, because that is a fast track to getting depressed. Out of sheer discomfort. Oh, look at that. The rain's even faster. Okay, that's definitely a storm of some kind then. Because we've already been having rain for like a whole day. This actually could be a... are we in hurricane season? It's July 19th right now. I don't know if this is hurricane season right now, but it could be a hurricane. There are hurricanes in this game. What have we got? We've got materials to build 2 more rain barrels. But we have no more, we've got no more spare garbage bags. However, we should have boxes. We have 6 boxes of garbage bags. A box of garbage bags has got 20 garbage bags in them. Jeez Louise, we've got... That's a lot. That is a lot of garbage bags. You know what? I need to make sure that I don't forget that I have these. Some of these actually might want to come back to... I've got more garbage bag boxes here than I do at Riverside. 16 times 20. That's how many boxes of garbage bags total that I got here. 16... Yeah, 16 times 20, whatever that is. It's like 200 and... Sorry, no, that's 320? Yeah, 320. Now, of course, I've got to stand here and remove the garbage bags one at a time. In real life, you'd just be able to tear the cardboard box open, but no. We are not in real life. We're in Project Zomboid. The only realistic things are the inconvenient things. Alright, 2 log stacks of 4 is going to be... That's just... it's 4 more rain barrels? Yeah. Oh, yeah? Is it, I didn't suddenly learn the force, I'm assuming. It wouldn't be the first time I've done it. I have done it in previous builds, at least one time. Huh. Okay, then. Fascinating. Now, I've only got 1 row behind these ones, so I'm going to go ahead and start building behind here. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4. That'd be at least 2 more stacks of logs in order to completely fill up. Well, and then of course I can always start with the other side, so yeah. If we want to keep building rain barrels to capture this storm and have even more than infinite water, we can. I mean, water ceased to be a problem a long time ago, but, I mean, well... I'm not going out fighting in weather like this. Let's put it that way. I'm going to use this cooler to store my buckets of hair dye. I don't trust leaving buckets that are not full on the ground, even if it's indoors. I don't trust it for some reason, and I can't fully articulate why. But now I don't have to. Here we go. This is, well, this container is going to get filled up really quickly as well. Go. A little bit more sorting. The, what was I gonna say? Sometimes it makes a lot more sense to just sort the loot while picking it up. Or just not pick up things that I don't know if I'm ever gonna use, but, that's not how I operate. I'm way too much of a pack rat. And I've been rewarded a little bit too much for being a pack rat. Unfortunately, in this game, certain pack rat behavioral patterns get rewarded very, very nicely. Sometimes, on rare occasion. Doesn't have to happen commonly for it to be something that you're always thinking about in the back of your brain. There's nowhere to fish around here, but I'm going to leave that fishing right here anyway. I don't want to say that I'm completely finished with it, but what I can definitively say is I've hit the valuable stuff in it. And in the process of doing so, just hitting that valuable stuff, we had to deal with respawns in the mall. Literally an entire corner of the place seemed to have respawned. And that kind of really made me not want to keep fighting my way through the mall, seeing as if we're going to have to be dealing with respawns in the mall, that is going to entail so much more killing than is actually necessary. If we hit the mall again, it will be something more targeted and focused. Yeah, well, I mean, it was just a there's a hunting shop outside of the mall, and then inside of the mall it's like an army surplus style of place. Most of what we got from the army surplus is actually in this loot pile at the bottom center of the screen here that I've been starting to eat my way through here. Alright, you know what? I'm going to be a little less discerning about this box. It's just the generic materials box. This thing says it has no tank, and yet it weighs as much as it should if it did have a tank. I don't know what's going on with that. The SCBA. That's that is a mystery to me. So I'll just leave it on the floor for now. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly the best use I can think of is not getting sick from corpse sickness, which is more or less trivialized at the moment by just remembering to keep your face covering on. And I mean, if you don't have it on and you get tier 1 sick, or the queasy debuff. Queasy debuff is tier 1 sickness. Just take a break. Just take a break. Go off, do something else for a bit. Sickness will go away. I'm sure that there's probably a use for that in the future. Can I even pick up the... No, that one's too heavy. How about now? Yeah. Now we have so many shotguns here. Literally so many shotguns that we could not fit another in this column. These 3 boxes here behind the forge, completely 100% full of nothing but shotguns in those 3 boxes. And then on the floor, we have overflow shotguns on the floor. That is how many shotguns we have after our successful operation on the police department. Everything else that we picked up it's all got a home here, because this is where the weapons that I need to use for repairing other weapons go. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Now I'm supposed to have a separation here with the M9s. The good condition ones are supposed to be in the top box, and the crummy ones are supposed to be in the bottom box, but I've already violated that a little bit here. Alpha bag here should be getting... I don't remember what I did with the Desert Eagle magazines. They're somewhere. Old statement, they're definitely somewhere. But they're no longer in my... they're no longer in my alpha bag here. Alpha bag is just magazines of the empty variety that shouldn't be stored here. Okay. Those can go there, that's fine. All this stuff has a home somewhere. Okay, that's more than enough for now. We'll empty this backpack, and then we can go do something else. I don't think any of the clothes I just picked up actually need to be washed. No. That being said, I've just been putting all the clothes that I pick up in here. I'll actually run the laundry after I do a little more sorting of the clothes. Hey KTO, how's it going? We're in an okay place today. We did a couple of silly things earlier, but otherwise we are doing some sorting. Long overdue sorting here at Jericho. This is our power center here in Louisville. I'm putting together another kit for a forge, and I'm going to put all this stuff next to this electric blower forge that you can't do anything with yet. Assuming we can do something with it someday. Today is definitely not that day. I'm curious when the Indie Stone is going to put out another patch. This is, once again, we have been on this build longer than any other, as far as I can recall. It has been, it's kind of hard to see, but in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen there, it says, the revision built right now is September 15th, and it is currently December 2nd. Yeah, that's coming up on... We're getting close to 3 months. If they don't put out something in the next couple of weeks, then we will have been on the same build for 3 months. One of my theories, and I have no data to back this up, just a feeling. My feels over reals at the moment, is that they are trying to get multiplayer into unstable for the holidays, because that would be a nuke boost to their sales. That would be a massive sale increase right there. A lot of people would pick it up probably, and because that is a financially valuable decision, the chances of it actually happening are a little higher, I would say. But who knows? We have no ability to say that for sure. They have missed many opportunities to be financially good in the past. Okay, that should be everything out of those categories. We have another one of these high-end cameras. I like to collect these as decorations. Be a lot of fun if we could actually take pictures of things. Alas. Something I like to do with mirrors is use the extended 3D placement and make them into actual wall mirrors. At an x-axis of 270. Just make sure it doesn't get blocked by things. Perfect. Can't put anything else over that poster there, but I can put an item. We have 12 respirator filters just chilling here. But the recipe to replace the filters and a mask is actually broken right now. Oh, yeah, there's this box right here that I've just been using as a dump for everything else. Is now full. And I am officially a fool. Let's get the rest of the stuff out of this bag. And then we will consider what to do about that. Let's chop them both go over here. And then everything else is bags. I now have another military backpack that is empty and waiting for orders. Let's call this one. This is going to be D Delta because it is desert camo and it is the 4th. I think I don't have a D Delta yet. If I do, this would probably be even further down the naming convention. I'll go ahead and leave it over here with the other recent pickups. Oh, I found a broken katana in the survivor house that we most recently hit. Unfortunately, I can't do anything with it. It is a basically just a sword that is weaker than all of my other swords, and it doesn't like I can't reforge it. It's a decoration. You know what? I'll use it as a decoration. I'll put it on my forge. Look at this beautiful thing that you'll never be able to make yourself. We're gonna put it on the wall up here. Our broken katana. Omae wamo shindo. Oop, that was the wrong axis, wasn't it? Interesting. There we go. I'll put another... maybe I'll put like a machete to go with it or something. I think my current machete is one of the pretty ones, so it would actually fit. Obscure melee weapons go in here. We have an entire pouch that we could use for playing a tabletop game in this game. I eagerly await the day where we can actually play tabletop games in Project Zomboid, because then I could probably convince my buddies to start playing with me again. We could play a game in a game. Yeah, my buddies would actually probably do that. Unironically. What I can do to actually save a lot of room in this box right here is just leave the nails on the floor for now. If I just leave the nails on the floor and the tarps, those each weigh 2 encumbrance. I usually in my Riverside base where I have a billion more crates, I like to keep those separate. Like I keep like a separate medium form material box specifically because of that. Well, that's where all my towels went. They were all... Okay, fair enough. Maybe I will get some use out of these green lockers after all. Except you can't put them in front of... Wait a minute. Why can't I put these anywhere? Okay, they have to... So these green lockers have to be in front of a wall, and the wall can't have any decorations on it. I'm going to stand by my initial assertion that it was a fucking waste of materials to build that in the first place. The storage is terrible. The placement is limited. The materials are not easy to get. The experience that you get in welding for building it is also not even that good. Literally one of the most useless things you could build. And it requires high-level welding to build it. Whatever, game. Whatever you say about that. Alright. I think I'm done sorting loot for the moment. We've got a couple of other things I could sort, but we'll get back to it. We will get back to it. Gonna have a drink of soda. That helps with both the calories and the hunger. Okay, with the rain cleared up, I'm gonna have a change of pace by actually going back out and doing more exploring. I can also check the weather while we're out. We've just got to put away the logging stuff that I'm carrying around. And swap back to my combat stuff here. I'm actually really low on 45 auto rounds. Let's open another box of that. This is our last loose box. We do have a carton. Okay. Looking good, looking good. This machete is down to like half capacity, and it's one of the pretty ones, so I am gonna actually, I'm gonna get it off my belt now, replace it. I'll leave it up here as a decoration. We can do the crossed sword decoration on the wall thing with the katana and a pretty machete. Both of which are technically things I can't build. Now the machetes, I can build ugly ones. I just can't build the pretty ones. I'm mad about it. I want to build the pretty one. Just because I'm the one building it means it has to come out looking ugly. There we go. I think if you're doing the sword wall decoration thing, I think the hilts have to be facing upward. I could be wrong about that. There we go. It's ugly, but it looks alright. Beautiful things that I can't build. What more could I ask for? Honestly, I don't... These magazines were always supposed to go in the box here. Yeah. With the 69 others that I already have. So basically, we're just consolidating our cache of empty M9 magazines, which is now up to 152. We have 152 empty M9 magazines. That is not to mention we've got 3 loaded ones on us right now, but then in the trunk of the ambulance, we have got another 37 loaded ones, along with a I forget where. Somewhere we've got no, at the gas station. At the gas station, we've got our ammo trucks, and those have got fully loaded military backpacks full of more M9 magazines. I did 40 at a time, which is why there's 37 in that one. 1700s we're actually just about to get tired. What I'm going to do is go out and take a look at the surrounding area. Just got to move this vehicle out of the way. Wait a minute, SteamDB shows they're... Really? Now that is... That I'm interested in. I'm a human, damn it. Oh, it doesn't. Last update 14 minutes ago. But I don't think that would be anything public, would it? I would laugh really hard if there was just an update just 14 minutes ago while I was playing. But no, we're still on 14.12.3. People are yapping about the, people are still yapping. That's it, just people yapping. What do you expect for Christmas? This is a regular in the Steam forums. I've seen Anna all over the place. Is anybody gonna say? Final push to MP. Yeah, so I'm definitely not the only one who thinks this. Yeah, definitely. Alright. So, if we're not going to be able to get very far without having to sleep, I think what we're going to currently focus on is getting a new, windshield for my ambulance. Which is easy. I just drive right over here and put a new one on. I have a new one right here. I have a billion new ones. My, Jericho's got a more expansive lot than, even the gas station right now. Driver's side window is still in okay condition. Pretty much everything else is in alright condition. We've taken more tire damage than I would be happy to talk about, but let's go ahead and top up the generators here. Down to about 63. Yeah, I mean, that I saw that it says last record update. Record updates is, I think that could indicate they're doing stuff on their internal build, which or closed beta. I know they have whatchamacallit, they have a 26 September 2025. This was the last official build. Bottom left. Oh, update history right here. Right, but this, what this does is this doesn't specify what branch it goes to, though, does it? Like 365, 67512. What is this? This is. It doesn't specify what the what the branch is. If we look at the, these are packages. These are sale packages. We're looking for. There's sub branches, I thought, and B42 was one, but then there were a couple of build ID, if I'm not mistaken, or is that build ID is just that's just the number, right? Yeah, it doesn't tell us anything more specific than that. I feel like the devs wouldn't use Steam for their internal testing, so that probably is a very I would say with high confidence that means that they the Andy Stone are in a closed beta. With their, yeah, with their the Glazers. I know there's a few Glazers maybe that's a little mean to call them glazers. The people who are very nice to the Indie Stone and therefore get early access to B42 builds. You've seen them making YouTube videos. I don't know if you have to glaze the Indie Stone in order to get early access, but I know that if you don't glaze them, then they don't like you as much, and probably you won't. I don't have too strong feelings about that. I mean, everybody's got their favorites, right? I'm the favorite of some people in certain places. Not in my live streaming. I mean, I know I have a few fans, but I mean, like, I don't have any glazers in the live streaming community. But in real life, I do have some fans. There are people who would prefer not to talk to anybody on my team except for me at work. So I know I kind of know what that feels like on the receiving end, and it's not always the best feeling because, you know, my team is good. My team is good, and it doesn't make me very happy that people would just be like, nah, we just want to go straight to this guy. No, I've got a team full of really good people here. Just because you've probably not been able to get as consistent results from them. I mean, that doesn't mean that, you know, the implications are not always as broad as one might believe. These light bulbs go straight into the garbage. I should have left these scrap electronics outside. But I can always just leave them outside along with a few more. That sounds like a good thing. Now, here's something that I could do, that I should do. Something that I should do is actually take a couple of these bags. I've got so many bags that I've got bags full of bags. Just take a couple of these duffel bags, leave them next to the generators. That's something I did a lot of at Riverside. Pretty random migrations inside. Now that's interesting. So the one side of the building that we noticed a whole bunch of zombies reappearing. Now, aside from the very sus fact that they were on the second floor, that was what sussed me out more than anything, is that they appeared on the second floor. Do random migrations actually go upstairs? That was what sussed me out more than anything. But I would believe, in a heartbeat, that we could get random migrations inside on the lower level because the forest in the east direction. When we first cleared the parking lot, there were tons there, and there are still going to be tons there, because we never actually did, we didn't go in that direction very far. Of course I chose, of all the duffel bag colors that I could choose, I chose the one that kind of blends in with the grass. Yep, that's, yeah, that's me right there, yep. I would absolutely do that. It is 37 Celsius in this van. No wonder I've been sweating despite the open vehicle windows will counteract heater. But what about AC? Nah, I feel like it won't. That's alright, we want the windows closed. Remember, zombies can just reach in the window and bite you if you have it open. Sometimes they can reach in and bite you even if you don't have it open, but that's a conversation for a different time. I do have both of these on, right? Yes, they're both running. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Random migrations going upstairs doesn't... Yeah, if I knew more about it, I would make a harder statement. Right now, all I can say is it sounds sus. very sussed about that. Whether I'm sussed because it doesn't sound like it is actually a thing, or whether it's not something that should happen. If we're talking about should, yeah, I'm even more sussed. Alright, I do still need to sleep. That problem has not gone away. What I'm going to do, actually, is just do a patrol around this corner here. I have the feeling there actually may be some respawns up around this corner. So we're going to kill any respawns we see up here. And if we don't see any further, we will get out and do a little bit of looting. A little bit of looting to get some food. I mean, we've got an entire grocery store full of food there, but I like to be in the habit of not eating into my non-perishables wherever possible. Look at that peanut butter on the floor. Hell yeah. I wish it was just... I wish you could eat peanut butter just by drinking it. I would. Absolutely, I would. Whole ass can of oats and maple syrup. The game is being very kind to me right now because I'm trying to put on weight. In fact, it's being so kind that I'm probably going to be fat. I'm probably going to be fat again. Not much in the way of respawns. That makes me happy. Now that being said, we do have to sleep. We also have to hit a rat because it was right in front of us, and that's how this game works. Now, when it comes to hoods, I know for a fact I do not have any spare hoods at my base. So I'm actually going to steal a hood. I've already stole the hood from this vehicle here. What have we got here? Yeah. Yep. It's a... I'm one of those people who has got a unhealthy high tolerance for sugar. And therefore, I could eat an entire jar of peanut butter without breaking much of a... without really hesitating. I don't stop myself. I unironically use peanut butter to shut the hunger up in real life. I get a little bit hungry, I just have a couple spoonfuls of peanut butter. Shuts up the, shuts my stomach up. Anybody that's in this area is too close to my base. Yeah. Yeah, you know what's up. That is, this is the way. Now, that being said, maple syrup, it's the viscosity that makes it hard for me to, like, I would never be able to eat too much of it at once, because the viscosity would make me feel like, that's wrong. It's sometimes the form of the food is more impactful than the substance, actually. Well, culinary theory, I'm pretty sure would say that oftentimes it's more impactful than the substance. Oh yeah, now we're almost down to freezing. Welcome to air conditioning in Project Zomboid. We have no control over the climate except for this one place where we can have unrealistically high control over it. Gluggity glug. Now, I don't recall seeing any other heavy-duty vehicles in this area. There may be some in the parking lot all the way across here. If there are, we could steal a hood and replace the one that just got crunched up. That is a bunch of standard over there. That is nothing but a bunch of standard. Wouldn't surprise me. Died would probably be a bit of a push. Like, you would have to go AFK for long enough for you to start losing health. I think you could lose health if you're below freezing. Like, you would have to also, like, be naked in your own car, which is not outside the border of reality, but usually if somebody is so low on gear that they're going to be rolling around buck, then they're probably not even going to have a car. Wait a minute. Oh, that is a survivor house that we have already looted. So I was wrong when I asserted that we didn't actually find a survivor house in all of Louisville until just the other day. That is not true. We did find this one up here. I just kind of forgot about it. The only reason I'm coming up to it now is because, well, 2 planks. That will fix up those boarded windows that got broken at the gas station. I will have already taken any potential use. Yeah, anything of potential use from this place. Long gone. There's not going to be any heavy-duty vehicles in this entire neighborhood. What about on the other side of the neighborhood? Oi. You're not allowed. Neighborhood watch banned you already, dude. I don't actually know off the top of my head what this parking lot is up here. This isn't the school, is it? This is just the park. And of course there's no heavy-duty vehicles. There's a reason I've been collecting heavy-duty vehicle parts. This is one of those reasons. Sometimes they're easy to find, and then they're not. It's like there's heavy-duty vehicle deserts. This was a Survivor Zombies bag, full of a bunch of stuff that I don't need. Up to and including aiming 5. I mean, well, we're already aiming level 10. I used to be in the mindset that if I get a level 5 book, I should pick it up and hold on to it. Books could possibly be something that NPCs get added to the game. Maybe you start trading them. Hey, what the hell? What the... Okay, I'm an actual idiot. This hood that was on the floor right here is actually in great condition. I have no idea why usually if I see a hood like, or if I see vehicle parts on the ground next to a busted up vehicle like this, I just assume that it's busted. Which will be a correct assertion after I replace this busted up hood here. Yeah, this one's been repaired twice already. That's why I need to get a new one on there. This one has not been repaired yet. Okay, ambulance repairs are taken care of. And look at that, it's 22:30, it's my bedtime. We got really lucky with the timing there, but we're good. As much as I would like to replace that barricade, don't got no nails. I would have to open my field box, which is... No, I'm not doing that right now. I would sooner go inside and dismantle a piece of furniture. That's right, I put a bed back here. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are going to start continuing our exploration through... I'm deviating a little bit from the video description here. We are going to explore the residential areas to the south of Louisville, like the southwest side. There's a little pocket of residential that I haven't really done much exploring in. If we look at my map here, this is the military checkpoint, bringing you in through 31 West here in southwest Louisville. We completely wiped out the hospital. We got old bases back there. Our current location is here at Lima, which is center of the southwest area. And we want to go down here, down Main Slick. There's this whole residential sector here that I just neglected to explore early on, because, I mean, you know, you make a beachhead in Louisville, you're not exactly thinking about going, let's go explore residential right away. It's not really how that works. You know what? I have food here. I need food. I have food. I literally left a bunch of food here because I didn't have room for it back at base. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go drink and drive. No, not what you're thinking. I'm not that kind of drink and drive. Soda. Because you can't open and drink while you're walking, but you can open and drink while you're driving in this game. Welcome to Project Zomboid in the current year. Now, at this point, when we get past the school here, this is where we start ignoring zombies. We don't get out and kill them all, because we are now far enough away that they will not follow us back to the gas station or to Jericho base. I have already cleared out the school. The school itself has been cleared, and I think I've done a good looting pass. I may not have actually fully looted it. The only reason I would want to loot a school at this stage of the game is one of the most understated crafting materials that I've ever had in this game is glue, and that's because pipe bombs, which are my most favorite weapon at the moment, if you want to make them remote pipe bombs, you got to have both glue and duct tape. Duct tape I got billions of. I've already known that was valuable, but glue, and it's got to just be regular, like, you know, the Elmer's kind of glue. Can't substitute in any epoxy or wood glue or anything else. It's got to be just regular old glue. Alright, now this particular spot, in this corner, we're going to start killing them because, well, I already have, but also we need a safe pocket for this area, just a very small safe pocket. The other bases that I have to the north, Foxtrot and Golf, are not. They're going to be both crawling with respawns right now. So this particular sector is the most safest in the area right now. Why don't y'all just come on out of there, huh? Now this house I'm looking at right now has been looted and trashed. Therefore, it doesn't have any intact doors. So if I do want to have a place to sleep for the night tonight, this would not be the best of candidates. Yeah, this house right next to it is still intact. Why don't you come on out, would you? No, we're not going to be, like, stopping and looting all these residences. I'm just actually making sure that it's clear of zombies, so that I have a safe little corner in this area. Hello. I actually heard my heartbeat before I even saw or heard this zombie. I rounded the corner and I heard the doom, 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 doom. Subtle little sound effects in this game. While I was, so yesterday, I was telling the folks earlier about this, but anybody joining, I was making a mod yesterday for this game. We're not running it right now, it's not finished yet, but it's a Lua mod that's just, all it does is add additional functionality to existing slots in the game. Most significantly would be the backpack bottom slot right here that just... I'm tired of looking at it on my action bar. There should be something in it. It's a slot. It's useful. I want to be able to do something with it, but I don't want to fucking... The only thing we can put in it is a tent or a bedroll. It's so stupid. So I would much rather... I mean, one of the most popular things in the mods these days is to add, like, another back slot to your backpacks. We can do that without actually adding anything new to the game. But it is, haven't actually figured out exactly when to fire the event in order to make it work right. I think I still have the code open, actually. Thanks, Papa John's, I don't care. Over here, yeah. So, this is just a little line of Lua code right here. All it does is it copies the Indie Stones definitions file for the hotbar. Hotbar attachments, sorry. Hotbar attachments. It copies the definitions table for it, which that's a big old file full of things that determines what kind of slot parts can go in what attachment slot. It's a little hard to explain without using specific terms like that, but the gist of it is, like this belt slot, for example. This belt slot that I just took the machete out of can fit only things that can go on your belt. But there is a file that you could change it so that you could put a back slot item on your belt, for example. I'm not going to do that. That's not what I want. What I want is just to do a little bit more with the backpack slot here. So that is the marquee feature. The other little bit more understated feature is that I want to be able to have a webbing attachment to my holster, or a holster attachment to my webbing. I knew there was going to be another one out here. Come here, bitch. We haven't even gone inside the house yet. I've just been walking in circles around it because of this. This is nothing unique to Louisville. This is just a residential location after the 6-month mark. After the 6-month mark, when a bunch of foliage has overgrown the area, and it's harder to see. These stupid little tiny trees blocking my line of sight and shit. Like, I'm never gonna try to run through this little space right here. Fuck everything about that. I'm not doing that. Alright, but I've already checked the other neighbor's house, so right now, what I'm thinking about doing is just stealing a bed and putting it in a somewhere where there's no windows. I have learned my lesson when it comes to trying to sleep somewhere in the field using only a window. No. If a zombie breaks in the window during the night, it will not wake you up. You will not be awake until they're pushing the fucking thing back. Bullshit as that sounds. Okay. That is everybody out of the street. Everything in between, mostly secure. What could you do with this animation? We won't be able to have that mod until they have NPCs back in the game. Now, I do not use toilet water to wash anything important, or anything that comes in direct contact with my skin, because I'm above that, I'm beyond that. But I will get stuff out of the way and not put the water to waste. Toilet water can wash my weapons, sure. I don't care if the world has ended. I'm not drinking the toilet water. Not when there's perfectly good not toilet water all over the place. So here's what we do. In a previous life, I would just consider this room to be mostly secure, because it's got an intact window and an intact door. That's not enough. That's not enough. A zombie could break that window while I'm sleeping, and I wouldn't wake up. So what I'm going to do instead is put a bed in the bathroom, so that there are no windows at all, and it's just a door. Now, that, of course, a zombie could break through the door still. Takes them a hell of a lot longer, though. A window is basically an open invitation in this game. A single zombie would probably take long enough to break through that door that I would be, well, let's just say I'm safer than a window. That's uncontroversial. We don't need to eat. Or do we? Hang on. There we go. That's sorted out. A little bit late getting to bed. I usually like to get to bed about 4 a.m. for the second sleep. But, there we go. So, we do have a sleeping spot in this residential sector now. I'm just going to mark it with a red S. And I'm not even going to put... Well, I'll put a circle around it. So usually my map marking convention is B is for something that can be qualified as a base, right? It has something like a generator or whatnot. S just means it's a safe place to sleep. And the red O indicates that there's no barricades or anything, but it is still safe to sleep in because it's got, at least a door. That's good enough for me. I'm not even going to bother looting the rest of the house for now. If there is food in there, great. That'll be there in the future if I need to sleep there again. For now, I just want to make sure that I can come back there and sleep again. Chill, come out of there. Y'all don't need to be going in there. The last human alive is right outside here. Hello. Nope, we're not doing that. Ooh, there's a lot of them in there. I just realized I left my ambulance on all night. Yep. I think I left the fucking light bar on, too. Oh, that's not good. I don't care about the ambulance running all night. I do care about the light bar running all night. I put a lot of effort into fixing that. If I've taken damage to the light bar because of that, I'm going to be very sorely disappointed in myself. No, I don't think I have. No, light bar's in the low 70s, just like it was before. Okay, we're good. Doesn't mean that I'm going to ever do that again if I can avoid it. Light bar are objectively useful at night when you're just using the lights part. You can get a better view around your vehicle, which is why I would actually kind of prefer to remove the colored lights from it and just put bright white halogen lights in all of those little slots, so that I just have a moving light source. Frickin' omnidirectional construction lights on my vehicle. It kind of feels like the Indie Stone is a little bit allergic to vehicle mods. That's what we got filibuster rhymes for. Okay, you know what? It's gonna be like this, then I'll be like that too. There were a lot of them on the other side of this house for reasons unfathomable to me at the moment. Ah, birthday party nearby somewhere. We can see that from the lady with the hat there. Okay. Well, you know what? Sounds like we're using some M9 then. M9 is surprisingly really good at level 10. Level 10 aim once you have a tritium pistol sights. On a good day. With no bad weather. Free shot. Come on over that fence. Shot check. We're down to 0. Perfect timing. I actually think we have more M9 with us right now than any of the other handgun calibers. Convulse? No. Just didn't want to die. Get out of my road. Now we may, and this is a big may, we may have some use to drive by this place in the future, which is one of the reasons I'm actually going through a little bit of the effort to kill the initial spawns. This is going to be on the road if we want to go to like the direct south instead of the southwest, because we're kind of going southwest right now, but if we wanted to go to the direct south, I think there is still some stuff to the direct south of Jericho that we haven't even explored yet. And I'm down for that, for no other reason than roads to explore. Every bit of road you explore has a very small chance of spawning another survivor zombie. It's a loose justification. It sounds like I'm struggling a little bit to justify this expenditure. Yeah, a little bit. But, well, unexplored territory on the other side of it. That's actually almost good enough for me. That was a skill issue. Nine rounds. Alright. That was a good usage of M9. We didn't get, I think, only one situation where we shot a zombie more than once. Or more than twice, rather. Yeah. Coming from this direction still. How many of them went straight through this house that I slept in? There's probably a number of them that is non-zero. That just went straight through this house that I just slept in. Oh, there's no windows on this entire side. Okay. So I was afraid I saw people approaching from this side, but no, this particular house, that is nothing but a windowless wall on that side. That's rare for a house, a residential. They almost always have windows on one side of the building. See, if I had another firearm on me right now, if I had a, you know, a shoulder slot, I would probably be switching. I'd probably be switching occasionally to a something more long distance, like a Desert Eagle or a Magnum. I think the Magnum has definitely proven it's better for long distance. A Magnum with a 2x scope on it, as memey as that might sound to anybody who's into firearms IRL, Magnum with a scope is a bit of a meme, but it's in this game it fills a very nifty little niche where you need to nail a target at like a moderate range, but it's outside of the range of your M9, which I think M9 is the second best gun you'll ever have until you get to the high calibers. 1911 might be better, but 1911 is just, it's really hard for me to justify. It's only seven rounds in the magazine. Yeah, I'll take a chocolate bar, sure. I was actually just going to try to move this corpse out of the way. You need to be able to drive on these roads, and this is a very tiny, relatively speaking. When it comes to drivable area, 3 tiles is your minimum. So we're already cutting it close right there. Now, I would be playing Darktide today. Darktide dropped some new content today. But I don't think any of it is accessible yet. So today there's going to be a new mission and a new class. The class, I think, is going to be in the afternoon in my time. And it's still morning my time, so... You know what? Let's just take a peek real quick. Let's take a peek. Okay, it is officially out. It is officially out. So, what does that mean? Does that mean that I'm going to play it? Not immediately. We're going to finish what we've started here in Zomboid for a bit. We're going to, you know, I don't want to rug pull my Zomboid viewers. Now, if you enjoy Project Zomboid, there is a non-zero chance that you would enjoy Darktide. It's just basically, it's all combat in almost no logistics. It's a horde shooter. If you ever played Left 4 Dead, it's basically that, but in the 40k universe. And you are technically fighting zombies. It is a zombie killing simulator. There's just a lot more than just zombies. There are mutants. There are enemy combatants, all working together. These zombies in that universe are just a means to an end, and that end is to conquer a hive city of billions. Very grim, dark aesthetic to it. Okay, so we have already... This neighborhood is nice and clean, relatively speaking. What we're going to do now is something that interests me almost even more than this residential area, is that unexplored road down there to the south. We are going to explore that road to the south, and then if there's nothing particularly compelling, we'll loop back and finish exploring the residential here. Despite all that killing, we've still got some issues here. I kind of want that van. How am I going to get it? I'm going to go ahead and plow through this guy. I almost never intentionally hit zombies, but there was no getting through that without a hit somewhere. Now, what I'm going to do, now that I've done that, is actually go out here on this off-road spot real quick and actually toot the horn. And the reason I do that is all those guys who were in the street up to the north there, they're now going to exit the street and start going in this direction. And when they don't see me, because I've just gotten line of sight away from them, they will just kind of disperse in the not road area there. How long will they stay there? Open question. But for now, for the immediate moment, I've got a road that I can return. I can return to my sleeping spot through. Nothing of particular interest here. Just some Zeds, not a survivor group or anything. It's been a long time since I've explored brand new road. Shortly after we got to Louisville, of course, we scouted out a lot of the area. But this is the first time I've done a country road that I haven't explored for a very, very long time. Well over 100 hours since I've explored a country road fresh. And what is significant about that? That is, country roads have a lot of real estate. You could find survivor zombies. Now, that being said, we've got this is the military checkpoint area. We could make a hole in it, but then we would have to deal with the military checkpoint hordes. I should have known that this would be a thing here. If we make a hole in the fence right here in front of me, I don't think that's going to cause problems immediately. The zombies on the other side of this fence still have to go all the way to wherever they have to go in order to get to us. And of course, these days, I always carry around a sledgehammer. In fact, I carry around a red one, because the red means they go faster, right? Like I was saying before, you need a minimum of 3 tiles to drive through. I'm going to go ahead and do... I'm going to do 2, and then take a quick break. Because if I need to fight, I do not want to have muscle strain built up. So I'm just going to do those 2 and take a fallback real quick, because I don't have any skill in long blunt. So because of that, I've got orange muscle strain after just 2. We chill for a moment. I'll fast forward for a bit. Wait for that to go away. Then we can go do another 2. And that'll give us a nice wide drivable spot without leaving us in red muscle strain. If you're in red muscle strain, you're doing like a third of damage that you would otherwise be doing, regardless of what skill you are, regardless of what strength you are, regardless of what weapon. Your damage is cut down to like almost 1/3 if you're in red muscle strain on your arms and hands. So we never want to do that unless we are like 100% sure that we're in a cleared area. So I'm going to swap my magazines. So we just expended a bunch of M9 there. Good on shotgun. Let's open another box of 38 special here. And I'm thinking it's time to crack into... Got a box of 45 auto back here in the trunk, but, sorry, a carton of 45 auto in the trunk. We don't have a lot of room in the trunk. Like, we have almost no room in the trunk right now. So what we're going to do is, we have no choice but to open 2 of these boxes right now. So that's going to take a hit on our backpack space, but that's alright. Because, the fact that those boxes were condensed into a carton is the only reason I can fit them into the trunk. Okay, there we go. Now, if I see any sort of inkling when I start going down this road between the fences, if I see any inkling that would suggest that there are zombies on our side of the fence, then I'm going to immediately get the fuck out of here, because I do not want any situation where... I mean, like, any amount of zombies on a road this narrow, unacceptable. Unacceptable. Because we cannot climb these fences. These are, we cannot climb them. They can attack them. I've never seen them break a fence like this. I'm not worried about them breaking the fence. I am worried about them somehow getting through it. Maybe there's a hole that I'm not aware of. I do know that there's a hole in the fence somewhere on this... Somewhere in, like, the far south, there's a hole. I do not know if it's southwest, southeast, which particular road it is near. Hey, look at that. That's unfortunate. There's a generator right there. There's multiple generators here. I need to mark this. Oh, I know where I'm at now. I know exactly where I'm at. We have actually explored... We've explored Corn Road. We've not explored Louisville Road here. But I need to mark this, 2 generators here. Generators, 2 red. Okay, now I do have to step away briefly, like less than a minute or so. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now while we have a somewhat peaceful moment here, because I have a feeling that, you know, this is a military checkpoint wall, so things will get hairy soon. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick step away, and then I shall be back. We shall continue our foray down this road. BRB. Alright, we're back. Looks like we have a guest. Possibly multiple. Also, Microsoft Teams decided to shut down. That's not good. Come on, wake the hell up. There we go. Couldn't tell you why it wasn't working. I can't even see exactly where they're at. Oh, there they are. Right there. I'm gonna go ahead and clean up this the barricades here because we want this road to be traversable. What is that? Okay, forgive me. I actually do have to check something on my other computer. I thought I was back, but yeah, this will just take a moment. So I've got the game paused briefly, and apparently somebody called me, but they're not from my team. And I don't recognize the name. That doesn't mean anything, though. What? So this is somebody from the client. They're calling me about something that has absolutely nothing to do with what... Yeah, this has... Oh, okay, I see, yeah. This happens every once in a while. My day job is tech support, right? And my title in our whatchamacallits, our title, my title in our address book would suggest that I am actually somebody who is you just contact for tech support. Hasn't happened in a while, but it can happen. And it apparently just did. But that's alright. I'm not actually obligated to respond to things outside of my remit. If I had actually gotten his call, then that would be different, but... no, we're good. There we go. Got a nice drivable road here. Oi. Get off my road. I just cleaned this thing up. So we will come back for those generators when we have a vehicle that actually has a little bit of room in it. And here's something I don't remember. Can I actually run into this if it's open? Yes, I can. Okay. Glad I only took that at like 2 miles an hour. Got to be aware of that. Okay, so we're going to continue down this road. Same rules as before. If we get a slight indication. Look at that. We got camps. Okay. We got camps, and there's Zeds in the camps. So I think we're not going to go any further once we check this camp. There's only 2 here. I mean, no, we're not going to trust that. We're not going to trust that. This is a military checkpoint. This is a military checkpoint, even if it is a very small one, relatively speaking. We're not going any further. What we will do, though, is circle back and go up through this way. I have also, while I stepped away there briefly, I have decided my benchmark. If I'm going to touch Darktide anytime today, it will be if and when they the modders update the thing. Because DMF was busted. Or no, it's not DMF, sorry, it's the mod loader. So I was looking at the wrong repo there. I need to check the mod loader repo and make sure that it is updated. I would not touch Darktide until if and when it was. Who's the guy? Where's the guy? It's Osimon, isn't it? Here it is. DML. Yeah, so he hasn't updated it yet, so mods are still broken. It's not that I'm not willing to play the game without mods, but I would very much prefer to have mods if I'm going to play Darktide. It's QOL. Oh, look at that. There's a pool up there. Okay, so we got a diner, a motel with a, now that's interesting. A gurney and a bunch of blockers outside of a motel room. What could be going on there, I wonder? A little bit of organic storytelling, but I think that might be a lore bit right there. Alright, now we have returned to explored territory. Yeah, we've done this loop here. Corn Road, Louisville Road. Corn Road is actually really, really densely populated with zombies. There's like a farmer's market and a fair kind of thing going on there. So it's actually way above average for rural. So I'm not touching that. No incentive to touch that. Not enough real estate for anything interesting to happen down there. Continue down this road for a little ways, I think. This is a state road, isn't it? We do the same principle we did before. All these guys who are in the road, we're going to bring them out of the road with this one simple trick. Zombies hate this. And that just brings a whole bunch of them who were in the road nice and far out of the road. Line of sight is gone. the ones in the back line will continue to wander in that direction for a minute. But that just means we have a nice clean road on our way back, relatively. So once again, returning to unexplored territory here. I don't know. I think this is one of those roads that actually goes all the way off the map. So if we were to go far enough on this map, or on this road, we would eventually go off the map. That's not really my goal right now, because I've seen what it looks like off the edge of the map. It's nothing impressive. It is literally just more of the same, and it is, but it continues to spawn zombies if you're on a road. So gotta be careful about that. Driving down a road with a ton of zombies on it with literally nothing else, that's not really, that being said, there may actually be an incentive for that. There may actually be an incentive. The survivor zombies could spawn in off-map cells. I don't know if that's possible. There's no survivor zombies in that group. We don't see anybody with a backpack or a sling bag or anything. See all this foliage, it would be normally a scary thing to go off-roading and such. Wait a minute, hang on. That's residential right there. That's residential beyond what I knew was even there. I'm actually going to go ahead and explore this, because this is one corner of Louisville. Either there isn't a map for it yet, or I haven't found it. This little corner of Louisville here. So if I just go down this road and then go back to the main road, that will constitute exploration beyond what I've even seen on the maps that I've found. We'll want to stay fast and loose here, because this is dense. That's not. Is that a survivor group? I think that might be a group. Hang on. I think that's a group. Yeah, we got one right there. Yeah, this one right here. My mouse is over her right now. This is awkward. This is incredibly awkward. I didn't want to do that. This is not the time to be going off-roading. I don't know anything about this territory. And I did recently blow the horn just south of us. So I cannot trust that there won't be zombies, like, you know, coming from a fair distance away into the north. I can't trust that. But I do need to secure that survivor zombie. So we got to start somewhere. I'll just kind of stick to the open areas, keep my head in a swivel, bail out at the earliest sign of danger. I hate fighting in the forest, but well, at least the forest has many. Look at all that. Fuck. They're so tightly grouped together. You can't tell me not to do this. Like, there could be 50 of them coming around the corner from the house right there, or from the residential area. I couldn't care if there were like 50 of them, but I am deeply concerned about getting flanked out here. Under no circumstances do I want to get flanked out here. In fact, just to preempt that. There's our target. I'm actually going to go ahead and let our target get closer to us. Alright, what have we got? Ball, pea, and hammer. Scrap metal short sword. Now those two came from the south. But that's okay. We're pretty much done here. Yeah, they didn't have anything else that I care about. Yep. Okay. Alright, what did they have? Bunch of crap. Yep. Literally a bunch of crap. It may as well have been full of cow turds. But that was a survivor zombie. That's literally what we're looking for. As unfortunate of a letdown as that one particularly was. More of those, enough of those, we'll eventually find Longblade 5. Then Murphy's Law will kick in eventually. I'd rather not have to wait for Murphy's Law, though. That is a multi-story building. We are not going anywhere near that. More residential. Ooh, fire department right there. Now, the fire department has been looted and trashed. I could tell that the moment I saw it because the garage doors are busted out. And I don't see any light bars on the floor. I probably will... Ooh, look at that, boys! There's a SWAT truck. I have never seen a SWAT truck in this game before. Never once. They do exist. They actually fuck... Okay, yeah, we're... Okay. No objective acquired. We're going to need to establish an angle of approach here. Yeah, I know, right? Frickin', the rest of this bag, I can literally just leave it. Alright, we're gonna need to go far out of our way to secure an angle of approach here. Vehicle mechanics without ragdolls are a little weird. I don't think it's always been like that. If it has been, I never noticed it very much. Now, what I'm very, very curious to find out is it any different from a regular old step van? Because I've never even looked at the vehicle stats. If it is different from a regular old step van, we may have found our new best. Alright, so like I said, we're establishing an angle of approach because we want to take that whole area, which means no compromises on our flank. It's 1800 hours right now, so it is best to make sure that if I'm going to be getting out and fighting any sort of prolonged engagement, we secure a place to sleep. And this is not a bad location right here, as long as there's no, you know, groups of zombies waiting around the corner somewhere. I suppose one of the guys here had a key. This particular instance, I would actually hold out for a key if I could find one. Garage door with only one window, and the window's locked. Oh, I've seen this loot table, or this house design before. There sometimes is a basement right here, on the other side of this wall. Looks like they haven't updated this one yet. Rapidly running out of chances for keys. Ah, there we go. Now, here's a funny thing. Does a key to the residence actually connect to a garage outside of the residence? I don't know if I've ever tried that. We're about to find out. We always learn new things here. Sometimes it's not things that I actually wanted to learn. Nope. You got a key to the residence, but not its garage. I mean, alright, if you really want it. Yeah, that's realistic. Okay, fine. Not like we missed anything. We've got a place of residence here now. How would I retool this place? Would I retool it? No, I wouldn't retool this place. This is fine. If we just slept up here at the top floor, that is, we don't have a window problem if we do that. So we have a place to sleep that has been identified, and look at that. We're at 59 fatigue right now. What does that mean? Does that mean that I'm going to do any fighting at all right now, or do I just... I'm going to go ahead and sleep now. I'm going to go ahead and sleep now because if I get asleep now, I will wake up and actually have a little bit of daylight left to fight with as a overnight activity. I do have coffee with me. This is not the time to be taking coffee as an attempt to rush things. I don't want to be doing that when I am trying to clear new territory. It's only when I'm in established territory that I can fall back easily from. Alright, there's the fatigue. And the perimeter is nice and clean. Let's get the ambulance sorted. I see that guy over there on the left. You can't fool me. Multiple over here.
Hey!
If I didn't kill him now, enough driving back and forth, they would make themselves known eventually. Okay, you know what? We're not doing that. Fuck no, we're not doing that. Does this mean I'm actually... Okay, yeah, okay. I didn't want to, but that's what it's there for. Damage no longer cut in half. I don't think you can send a big chunky group of fast shamblers at me and take me off guard. No. Nah. Look at that. Right into the trees they go. Fuck up out of those trees, fighting like a zomboid. You know what? I think I might even know what house you're talking about in Muldra. I have also used that one. It's the one that is like right at the edge of the fenced neighborhood, going towards the southish, the southwest-ish direction. I've used that house. I've used the one across the street from it. Sometimes I'll avoid the gated community entirely and just settle in one of the houses right outside of it. I was using those even before B42. Alright. I declare this area nice and secure. So even though we had a coffee, it was only half a coffee, and that's not gonna half coffee doesn't really do anything. It just buys me a little bit more time of not being fatigued. It doesn't throw off my sleep schedule. Alright. So we have a little bit of daylight left to work. It's not much. Most important, we have plenty of fatigue to work with right now. I don't care for this situation in the slightest. Yeah, look at this. Trying to establish a secure angle of approach down a road like this, that was not the best. That is definitely one of the decisions of all time right there. Sure, I could kill them in the middle of the road, but then I have a bunch of corpses to run over. Not the biggest fan. I think what I'll do is just go down on foot and try to catch them as soon as they come out of the trees. If that doesn't work, then I'll just fall back. This particular road, it almost feels like trying to fight inside the mall. I mean, sure, we've got a little bit more visibility, but it's not that much better. Now this one house with the tall fence is a bit of a wild card. This low fence right here, we could get some good use out of that. We could get some pretty good use out of this low fence. The thing I'm most concerned about right now is just anybody coming out from somewhere where I'm not expecting them, but we're going to try to abuse this low fence a little bit. We want to focus very carefully on the south. South is what I'm most concerned about right now. Come on, out of the road. North, too, apparently. Now we've got a tall fence and then a low fence. It's like these houses are... Well, I guess this is what happens when you don't have a homeowners association that tells you how to do your fences. Just pure anarchy. How could anybody live like this? Mismatched fences in my suburban neighborhood? Oh. Oh. There is only if you actually have darkness. If we stay within the light of our flashlight here, we are Gucci. In fact, sometimes I actually like to use the flashlight at night as a rangefinder. Because, you know, most of your firearms, obviously, you don't want to shoot beyond the effective range. But the way the light falls. Now, the rain, too. That should have been a perfect shot, but... Well, we've got both rain and darkness right now, so... Counted for the darkness, but we can't count for the rain. Nothing counts for the rain. I know I heard somebody else to the south. Yeah, see, look at that. There's multiple... I couldn't even see her because of the fucking trees. South, in an isometric game, when there's trees like this, and you can only see through the trees when you get really close to them, fuck everything about the south right now. Right now, south is my most hated abstract concept ever. Well, yeah, and south and north. Now, north is... At least I can see them easier. But, because of all the firearms discharge, we have created a problem for ourselves in the south now. A lot of these ones coming from the right, I did that. God didn't do that, I did. There's a part of me that wants to go put on the heavy armor right now. Tell me these trees don't feel constricting. I'll fuck up out of that forest, huh? Maybe if I yell right there, if anybody doesn't immediately see me, maybe they'll end up in the road instead of in the forest. I'd take that in a heartbeat. Yeah, look at that, some of them. Now, that being said, I know that the devs are working on thermals. Thermal scopes. There are placeholders in the code for it right now. I don't actually recall seeing the thermals mentioned anywhere except for fog yet. So, smoke bombs with thermal thermal shooting. Apparently, that's going to be a thing. I should check my... I'm glad I checked my flashlight. We are kind of low. Check for a locally sourced battery somewhere here if I can. Yeah, I'm just going to fall back right now. Because if I get stuck in fighting any further, I'm not going to trust that. We're going to fall back at the moment. We're going to... While we are falling back, we're going to have a... Zombie. We're going to have a zombie. Get over here. Fuck up out of that tree. Little bitch. We want a battery. We've got a car right over there. I can't wait for this to become a thing in vanilla, but for now, there is no mechanic that causes radios in cars to give low-condition batteries if you rip the radios apart. So I go over to this car, rip the radio out of it, I disassemble the radio. There is a chance of a nice battery coming out of that. Just a chance. What the hell? There we go. No battery. Unfortunate. Or wait, no, there was one. I just didn't scroll up. Okay, we got ourselves a new battery. I'm just going to remove the old one and toss it out right now. Beautiful. We've got an old muffler on this ambulance, so we are making a lot of noise ambiently. He doesn't have a branch, does he? No, there's just one branch. I hate going on Nexus mods, I really do. I'm not a fan of Nexus mods. Unfortunately, the Darktide modders are a bit of an in-group. They're a cathedral. And when they decided to release mods to the public, they just all fucking put them on Nexus mods, all of them as a group. And it's just like, alright guys, good job. You just put another games modding community on Nexus and never really give the community a chance to decide. I'm looking this up because I am very interested in playing Darktide when the modders actually release their fix. None of the most recent wait a minute, that's date published. Let's go by last updated. Yeah. the guy who did the solo play mod, he updated that right off the bat. I don't know how he would do that because the mod loaders is broken for me. I'm gonna laugh really hard if it's not actually broken for everybody, if it's just me. Yep, hasn't been updated since September. Oh, of course, of course. Of course, of course. Actually, I think I am in their stupid little Discord. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess that means that I could be playing Darktide, but that only solves one problem. The other problem is, of course, is the new content actually fucking released? You can buy it now. You can buy the new DLC, but I don't know if it's been long enough since I've checked last. Last I checked, the time was like 7 hours left. It hasn't been 7 hours since then. We've got multiple incoming up there. I'm gonna fall back ever so slightly. Park the ambulance right here. Finish those guys off. We've got two objectives here. First is to kill the, or to secure the fire department. Our second objective is obviously that primary objective. Get out of there. There's that SWAT van. But before I commit to the SWAT van, before I commit to it, I actually just want to take a look at it. I don't even need to open it. I just want to check the engine and the stats of the vehicle. So we're going to do a little sneak here. Ooh, look at that. Okay. I just got to level 4 light-footed. I'm really close to level 5 nimble, too. I think nimble only works if you have a bunch of zombies actually aggroed onto you. Weirdest, wackiest place right here. Alright, we found a key to the dart right here and a step van that is nowhere nearby. Oh, no, 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 hang on. We got the stupid thing started. Okay, so the key to this vehicle is just called Chevalier Step Van. But we got it. We didn't even get a chance to look at the engine. I saw a key for it, and we got the key, and it actually started, which is, okay, that's cool. But this is, it says SWAT on the side, but there's no light bar. Okay, Andy Stone. I mean, alright, fine. You know what, I'm just going to take it. We're going to park it at our sleep house here. Alright, what do we got inside of it? A baseball cap for SWAT. We've got a map of West Point. A couple boxes of shotgun shells and 9mm bullets. So, am I disappointed? Kind of. So, what that means is this was one of our only chances ever of seeing a SWAT bulletproof vest. Was somewhere in this vehicle. And fucking nothing. Well, it's a step van. I've got a key to it. That's nice. I'll take a step van with a key to it almost any day. Now, here's another... I guess this is important just because it's a step van. What does the engine quality look like? All these green parts, the engine quality is 69. Engine power is 370 horsepower. So it is just as weak as any other step van. This is quite literally just a step van with the word SWAT painted on it. That's all it is. There's nothing else special about it. Maybe the loot. Okay, yeah, sure. The loot could theoretically have spawned something more interesting than this. I'm not going to flub my nose at some shotgun shells. I always want shotgun shells. That's nice. Nothing else in here is unique. Maybe except... Okay. I've never seen a SWAT baseball cap before. We'll wear that because we found it, and it's rare. Seeing as all civil authority in the county has ceded to me, I am. It is my liberty to decide who is on the SWAT team. I am both the mayor and the police commissioner. Therefore, okay, I am now sworn leader of the SWAT team. I don't have a Bible readily accessible here, so I can't put my hand on it. But it's I keep mine on my bedstand there. Probably actually read the damn thing more often. Alright, the only thing I haven't accomplished now is I would like to check that fire department. I'll see if I can get anything done in that front for the rest of the night tonight here. Now, driving up there with the ambulance, that's going to attract a lot of attention. There was a reason I chose to sneak last time. I think I attracted attention anyway. I actually think I am going to keep the SWAT hat for a while. The witch hat we've been wearing, I like it. I like it a lot. It actually has a little bit of insulation to it, though. And we're trying not to sweat too much. I mean, look at this. Unpleasantly hot right now. I think just wearing this hat is actually making us significantly, noticeably hotter. Because it, any little bit of insulation on your chest or your head is going to be punished severely in summer. Alright, all I care about are light bars. I do not care about anything else we could get out of a fire department right now. Yeah, it is. We got a style. That's that. Of course, like I said, I wanted a SWAT bulletproof vest, and the reason for that is because then I could make bulletproof vest limb armor, and it would match the rest of my set. So we were after style from the very beginning when it comes to SWAT stuff. I mean, honestly, I would take that step van for the color if I didn't have something better. The Scarlet Oak Distillery vans are perfectly fine. Would have preferred not to have to deal with this entire group. Alright, show me a light bar. Give me something for my efforts here. Fully intact firefighter jacket. Frickin' road cone. Alright. I have more oxygen tanks than I'll ever know what to do with. Now, the funny thing about light bars and fire departments that have been looted and trashed, because this building has been looted and trashed, any loot that could spawn in any of its containers actually has a chance of just being randomly on the floor. And light bars, they used to not have a model, so they used to be one of those things you can't leave on the floor. They have a model now, so you actually could, and I have once before seen light bars just laying on the floor. So we may actually see some light bars upstairs, possibly. Very small real estate in this place, though. Huh. We actually have an intact door right there. We could sleep here, if we need to. It is 4 a.m., so if I were to sleep now, I would be on track. Yep. Not a lot of real estate here, so not a lot of chances for a something like that to spawn. I don't think foraging would do me any good for a light bar. Because I don't think, actually, if you're going to be foraging, I do not think the trash nodes are going to change based on anything other than your biome. And, you know, all these are in the same biome, so... Okay. We did our due diligence. Never let a law enforcement building just go on... Oh, wow, look at all that. Okay, I ain't fighting all that. There's no need to now. There's no need to fight all that. None of my current goals would be served by getting into a prolonged engagement at this point. What I think I'm going to do, we're going to use that SWAT van with the ambulance. We're going to spider our way back. How do we want to go about that? That's going to take some logistics. Where do all these fuckers come from? Now this is just this is a good old-fashioned migration right here. And they chose an interesting direction. They seem determined to go north. As if they're going right around the house that I chose to sleep in. That is curious. That got my brain bouncing a little bit. That activated my almonds. That charged my cerebrum. Detonated my deltoids. I couldn't think of a brain thing that starts with D. Alright, before we go inside, go upstairs, go to sleep, let us check the map. KY841 is probably the best bet. We have some unexplored streets here. I don't want to be spidering a van through unexplored streets. I'm not doing that. No, we're not spidering through unexplored streets. Alright, any van that I'm going to be taking with me is going to have anything that it doesn't need removed from it. Okay, now that's interesting. Hang on. We have just identified something that I didn't know existed. This is a, in the trunk of this thing, is a boiler suit. That boiler suit is no ordinary boiler suit. It looks like a normal one, but it says boiler suit SWAT. Look at that. We are now, hello, Sal? Yes, times 2. So that replaced our pants. But yeah, now we have a navy blue boiler suit. That's interesting. I don't know if I would ever want to wear a boiler suit. It as the name implies, it retains heat. All those that I killed around here recently, and we still... Okay. I think we're okay to sleep now. I can't necessarily argue with that. They keep themselves in shape. I don't swing for my own team, but I definitely appreciate a good batter. All windows intact, no uninvited guests. Alright, so what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to try to identify whether I can, whether I'm capable of playing Darktide at the moment. Now, what I do with my streams is I never do, I never stream more than one game, like, per stream, unless I'm, like, unless it's not my main series. I want the replays of this stream to just be anime, so I'm not going to actually get stuck in playing Darktide. I'm just going to check to see if I can. The DLC just dropped. I'll go ahead and pick it up, Fat Shark. I don't like giving 10-cent money, and 10-cent only has a small stake in Fat Shark. I don't think they own a majority. Still, not the biggest fan. Can't put my financial security code on stream here. There we go. I like how there's a button to click install content, but it's not like you can really install something that all it does is unlock what's in the game. So there's the new class. All I'm going to do is launch the game and see if it launches, but that is after I get the new version of the mod. I might actually just be able to use this link that they put in here because the I am in their little Discord, so yeah, okay. Let me make sure it is just a... All we need is the new binary. Bundle, yeah, here we are. This bundle right here. So we go to... my Darktide folder used to be hot linked. Here it is, Game Dir. Bundle. And we need to replace the patch. So now, We patch it to load mods, and if it doesn't crash instantly, which is what happens when... If Darktide updates and the mods don't work, it just crashes instantly. Otherwise, it's down to the individual mod, and it will at least launch the game, so... Does it. I'll get a black screen, and then it'll go away. Hey, look at that! Look at that! Are we good? Nope! Nope. Okay. Well, in that case... maybe it wasn't just the binary. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going to put too much effort into this, because that's not exactly what I'm streaming for at the moment. We're just trying to figure out if we are. Now, the only question I have is... nothing. Absolutely nothing. We'll try it one more time. Because last time we just replaced it with a new bundle, but who knows? I didn't go through every single one of their files. Huh, look at that. We got a... Okay. That means we might actually transition to Darktide. Not immediately. Not immediately. Like I said, we're going to finish what we're doing in Zomboid. That means we're going to get our SWAT home. We're going to get our SWAT van home. That is what we're after right now. We're going to complete that before we conclude this session. So that is currently on the docket. We are going to finish our session at Jericho with the SWAT van safely recovered, and we're also going to bring back those generators we spotted, because I actually could use some more generators in certain locations. Some locations have more than others. Now, if we want to get the generators we marked, that's all going to be down here. So I'm not going to spider all that way. What we're going to do is go back down to South Side, get on KY 841, all the way down here to Louisville Road, I think. And we will leave the ambulance at the intersection, and then take the SWAT van down to pick up the, to pick up the generators. It's not like we're going to be missing out on anything but bad weather in Zomboid right now. Bad weather is, well, not exactly conducive to healthy shooting. It's not the end of the world if the SWAT van takes a little bit of damage, because the trunk was not in perfect condition when I found it. So that means if I was going to use the SWAT van, I would be repairing the trunk anyway. So I'm not gonna get broken up over it if the engine gets damaged, but I also, on principle, I don't like my engines getting damaged. Oh, we didn't. Okay, you know what? I'm not questioning it. I am not questioning it. We didn't take any trunk damage that time. That was a prime opportunity to take trunk damage, and it didn't happen, so I'm not questioning it. There's a van right there with decent parts on it, but we're not worried about that right now. Heavy-duty vehicle parts are... we have plenty, with just a few exceptions, back at Jericho. I mean, I think the parts on this SWAT van are actually great. It was just the fact that the engine quality is so low. Alright, this intersection, I did clear it out by tooting the horn over there. So my strategy before, where I went off-road and then tooted the horn, that worked out well for me. It did not actually get this whole place clear, though. So if we leave the ambulance running, we will have guests. That's okay. We were just stepping away with the SWAT van briefly. Gonna go fill it up with some generators. Still got a solid 4-hour stream today. That wouldn't be bad at all. I'm usually, you know, sometimes if you guys are new to my channel, sometimes I go hard. I've been known to go all the way to the 12-hour limit and beyond. Meanwhile, we got guys over there like Mauler who can upload a fucking 17-hour video, and YouTube just fucking lets him. That is the power of the long man. Fucking nobody like him. I'm guessing that some of the stuff that I read on the internet about YouTube only allowing 12 hours for most uploads is probably no longer 100% the case. I mean, because again, Mauler is not exactly somebody special. Not in YouTube's eyes. He still has to fight them all the time over copyright stuff. So they would not be giving him any particularly special privileges over anybody else. So the fact that he was able to do it probably means that most of us who have the verified channels probably can do it. Now, I have had trouble in this place before. I actually recall doing this when I first explored this area for the fairs nearby. As always, it is a temporary solution, but it will get the job done. Come on, don't... Okay, we're good, we're good. I was so close. Now I'm hoping that toot we just did will draw a little bit more out of the road. We are now... Okay, this is actually unexplored directly ahead of me here. This is just a small tract of road, unexplored. But then it will link up to where we last took our turn towards, away from the checkpoint. Some of these guys... I can't remember if some of these guys were here last time. Thankfully, we can still go around. We may get diminishing returns on going around here. I should have just blitzed it. I don't know what happened. She just froze. I think I actually nudged her. I gave her the touch of death. But she was already a zombie, so it didn't do much. For zombies, the touch of death is just a brief stun. Alright, 2 floodlights, 2 generators. We got room for both now. These generators never have any fuel in them, but they always come in perfect condition. So at this rate, at this particular juncture, I think we're going to be like at 130 out of 150. So we've almost filled up the entire trunk of this thing. I'm okay with that. Would have been nice if some of that trunk space was being taken up by a light bar, but alas. The game doesn't feel like being generous with the light bars right now. They'll give us a law enforcement vehicle, but not one with a light bar actually on it. So the way it'll work is when I have completed all of our agenda today, I'm going to go ahead and actually fire up everything I need for the Darktide stream and then start it right away. Because what I've done in the past is I've switched between games, but then there was just an unknown amount of downtime between it. That's not very good for, you know, if people want to actually continue watching. I want to make it easier rather than not easier. And just... I know this from the viewer perspective. I don't always watch live streams, but I was watching ER just the other day, the semi-colonizer. He was attempting to play Star Wars Outlaws and having a very, very difficult time about it. It was a bit of a white pill on me for my streaming strategies. If somebody as popular as him can flub all of the basics, I feel pretty good about having the basics under control. He couldn't, I would say about 80% of the time that I was watching his stream, he was just busy trying to fiddle with the settings so that his he wouldn't get it wouldn't stutter to the point of no return. Just couldn't get the game to function properly, and he eventually gave up. And then he started trying to play KOTOR, which, you know, KOTOR, a much better game than Star Wars Outlaws, but it does take a little bit of effort to play in widescreen. If you just download it off Steam and fire it up, you're gonna not experience the game as good as you could. Highly recommended though. Knights of the Old Republic, fantastic game. I don't know how much I would ever want to do an RPG on stream, especially because it's not an RPG that I would be discovering for the first time, right? I've played it many times, so there's no secrets in the game. Yes, absolutely, especially the, whatchamacallit, the patch that came out, the community patch. It fixed a lot of the dead story beats that I will never forgive. I don't even remember exactly what was it. LucasArts that made Obsidian push for a Christmas release? Is that the deep lore on that? Because KOTOR 2, amazing storyline. It was very heavily nerfed on launch for a while though, and there had to be a community patch. And I think it was because they pushed for a holiday release, which, you know, nickel every time that happened in the modern era. If it can happen to a game like KOTOR, it can happen to anything. It's nothing like a video game during a Christmas release. Yeah. That's pretty much the same. Now, that being said, I did play it back in the day when it was fresh released, but I never actually completed the story back in the day. So I never would have gotten to experience the broken endings. There were several endings that, as far as memory served, the original game just completely unpatched. I think the version of Steam that is on Steam right now actually has a few patches baked into it, which I'm perfectly okay with that. I think GOG has everything baked into it, even the GOG I think even has the widescreen fixes baked into it. Steam's hands-off approach for almost every game they publish has a couple of exceptions, and I'm glad to see that KOTOR was one of them. Okay, we've got everything we wanted, plus a little bit more than we wanted, actually. I didn't actually set out to check that fire department. It was a pleasant surprise to see it. There are more fire departments in Louisville than I'm even aware of. We've already looted like 3, I think. I will never say no to more, though. Checking for our next turn, main slick. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to break out the pro moves. Have I done this a little bit too much? Have I done this a little bit too much that I'm actually capable of doing this? Sometimes when I pull off shit like that, I actually worry myself. The itsy bitsy spider. Alright, fair enough. Next turn, this will take us on main slick. Main slick is going to be very crowded as well. I just can't wait for the whole experience to be ruined. I'm going to run into a tree or a light pole or something, and just all that roll, the whole steamroll right there. It's all going to be ruined. It's a light tap. It's a light tap. We can accept that. That was a love tap. Probably didn't even get blood on it, on the vehicle. This is going to be tough. I'm trying too hard. I'm trying way too hard. I should have just taken a small hit and moved on. I think we've avoided any trunk or side hits still, but yeah. Yeah, I tried way too hard there. You actually don't want to try that hard. I should have just plowed through one on the side there, or taken a risk. See, this is where my reckless attitude really heavily clashes with my attempt to be meticulous and careful. Shit like that. The dissonance is strong. I mean, honestly, if we had ragdolls, most of those would have instantly died and gotten blood on our vehicle. But because ragdolls are off, there's no instant deaths. But also, because there's no instant deaths, I think we're actually taking less damage to our vehicle. So we're dealing less damage, but also taking less damage. I'm kind of actually perfectly okay with that, to be honest. Because I don't use my vehicles to kill zombies. So I use other vehicles to kill zombies, just not mine. What we want to do first, before we swap out the generator, as fate would have it, we got ourselves a gas can. We're going to power the generator back on really quick before we do that. We're not going to get nommed by a Zed. And we're going to get a can of gas. So that we can actually put some gas in the generator that we're about to replace it with. Oops. So we have recovered access to a yellow generator. Always a good thing. Always a very good thing. I don't like to be leaving the yellow ones at a gas station. The gas station is for the red ones. Perfect. I would say we've accomplished quite a bit. For 4 hours, I can easily burn through 4 hours and accomplish almost nothing. I was terrified that I would after all that loot sorting that I did, but no, we actually got some field work done too, some pretty decent field work. So I'm not just leaving everybody cold. I got to show off a lot of fun shit this stream, especially as a novel experience at this point is actually a little bit of a tall order in this game, but we have finally secured a SWAT van. That is a first for me. Now, I think I'll leave the SWAT van outside for now. There's some repairs I may want to do with it, and my garage is right here. So I will go ahead and just leave it in the parking spot here with the other vehicles that have been fixed on up. Perfect. That being said, I need a screenshot whenever I end a stream. We're not immediately ending, but momentarily we will. I always need a new thumbnail for the image. Let's okay. We get a good shot of the SWAT hat in profile if we can manage with the SWAT van. Perfect. Okay. So let's put it back now and get the ambulance inside. And then we're just going to take care of our basic needs, and we'll fire things up for Darktide here. So if anybody is not familiar with Darktide, I mentioned this before, but it bears repeating. It's a lovely game if you are into watching Zomboid with sprinters. That Darktide is how a game should be if you're going to have sprinting enemies. Darktide has got a lot of crowd control options. It's got a lot of movement control options. It has all of the fundamental mechanics for a a horde shooter with lots of enemies and lots of sprinters. And it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it tons. We're going to leave our sword over here to be reforged. Get ourselves a brand new sword. We want to eat, but we don't want too many calories in our system right now. So we're just going to have something nice and light. Tortilla chips. That's exactly what I'm sitting on them for. Unfortunately, they're still kind of not that light. Hell, even the candies are actually kind of not light. Oatmeal cookies should be easy. Sometimes it's hard to stop gaining weight once you start. Alright, folks. I would say we've had great success today. So YouTube won't actually let me generate a new URL for the next stream here. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and fire up everything necessary for it. And then as soon as it's fired up, I will post the link in chat. So if you guys would like to watch me play some Darkside, it's a very fun game. I highly recommend it. Plenty of yap to be had there as well. I'm going to go ahead and when I end the stream this time, we're going to post a link in the chat. So feel free to hop on over there and join us. In the meantime, we've got to back up our save for Zomboid here. That just requires us to go to our saves folder, Apocalypse, current one, copy the whole folder. Just copy your whole save folder somewhere else. This is part 74, I believe. So we go to backups, create the 74th folder. So this will take a little while, and while that's running in the background, where is my streaming window? Here it is. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Yeah, YouTube, basically if I want to start a new stream, I have to end this one, and then it'll generate